peeps, this is your girl D coming at you with this sweet, piping hot tea. So sit on down and enjoy the show because Just D Show is raw and uncensored.
She's leveled up, I thank God. Straight from the mud, now it's time to get the pie. Swipe, hit some blood, you can see it in my
What's up, DzPeepz? This is your girl D coming at you with this sweet, piping hot tea. So sit on down and enjoy the show because Just D Show is raw and uncensored.
she's leveled up, I thank God. Straight from the mud, now it's time to get the pie. Swipe, hit some blood, you can see it in my
Okay, what's up, DzPeepz? What's up? I need y'all to let me know about the background music because I've been playing with the volume and I want it to be loud enough, but I felt like on the last live it was a little too loud. So y'all please let me know how the volume is. If you can hear me okay and you can hear the background music okay, will you please drop a 1 in the chat, please? And give me 1 second. Okay, there they are. Shoot, I'm trying to think how I can... Y'all bear with me a second. I need to show y'all more than one thing in my email. I'm trying to figure out what's the best way to... I'll do that in a second. Okay, ones. Okay, good. Thank you so much. So, first off, I want to thank everybody that's tuning in. For those that are new to my channel, thank you and welcome to D's World. Be sure to like, share, and subscribe. Be sure to turn on your notification bell. That way you get notified anytime I go live or upload. And let me get to y'all's comments real quick. So periodically I may have to mute, and this is in no way, shape, or form me saying this in any way, shape, or form as a joke. We literally ordered pizza tonight for my homegirl's birthday. Well, her daughter's birthday. Even though we are going to be talking about Pizzagate, that's not, it's not that kind of reference. We actually had that for dinner. And so the bell peppers on my pizza are giving me acid reflux, so I don't want y'all to hear me belch. So you may periodically see me mute, and hey, it is what it is. So anyway, thank you everybody for tuning in. Cody, my good brother, good to see you. Good to see you. Y'all bear with me. Apparently I missed a lot of comments. Hold on. Andrew, good to see you. Good to see you in the building. And I am going to do a prayer here shortly. Andrew said, thing is, King, I feel D is hope. People just accept people living their truth. Times I've heard you speak on your truth, got nothing but respect for you because you're not. I love that, Andrew. Thank you so much. Not just what you said about me, but celebrating Cody. Because for those who are new to my channel, this is a safe space for members of the LGBTQIA community. I am openly bisexual. Cody is transgender. Many people on my channel are members of the rainbow community. So I want everybody to know that. I know there's people that come to my channel and subscribe that are homophobic and then they unsubscribe, and that's fine. Because it may not be the platform for you. But for everybody, this is a safe space. This is definitely a safe space for survivors of sexual abuse and for victims, or I don't like to call them victims, survivors of sex trafficking. So if at any point, anyone that's listening to this live, if you have survived being sexually abused as a child or as an adult, if you have experienced being trafficked and sexually abused, this is a safe space for you. And know that anytime you come here, you are free to live in your truth, and you will always be accepted and treated with the utmost respect. So thank you, Andrew, for that. Shout out to both of my good brothers in the building. Good to see you. Good to see both of you guys. Thank you so much, Cody. Thank you for your continued support of me and the channel as well. Andrew said, you have helped me understand things in a better way. Thank you, Andrew. Appreciate the feedback. Exactly. I don't like people judging me because I was a child abused. Exactly. And that's what I'm saying. And I love to see you guys sharing with one another in the chat, because a lot of times people feel like sexual abuse only happens to women, and it happens to men too. Andrew's an example of that. Cody is transgender. Cody experienced being sexually abused before transitioning. Jonathan Hayes, shout out to Jonathan Hayes, by the way. Shout out to you, King. I've been praying for you, praying for your healing and for your justice, which Jonathan, you about to see God show up and show out. Just know there's a lot of good things coming for you. But there's a lot of men that experience sexual abuse, and I feel like it doesn't get talked about enough, you know. So of course here on this platform we talk about it, so show the world a different view. But while me, exactly, Cody, exactly. Andrew, I really never talk about all that. Mostly I do, and once in a while, because and I want you guys to always feel comfortable to speak out, share your truth. Depending on how much time I spend on the research, I may actually drop the link if you guys want to jump on panel and share your thoughts about tonight's subject and everything that's going on. Just let me know and I'll drop the link for you guys. It'll be later in the live though, like towards the end. So yeah, exactly. We are survivors, because victim means that we don't have the victory, and we definitely do. So like I said, I appreciate seeing you guys communicate and uplift one another in the chat. I love that. Able to speak for both men and women and know each struggle, face. You don't have to be your trauma. Exactly, Cody. Yep. See, we're survivors because we survived the trauma, but we did not become the trauma. And I don't know if you guys realize this, fam, but every one of us that is breaking the cycle, we are literally breaking generational curses. So you guys should be proud of yourself. That's good. I love to hear that, Andrew. Yeah, Andrew and I have shared similar experiences with dying and going to heaven and coming back. I've spoken about this on my channel, and I've also spoken about this on Instagram. So yeah, one day, Andrew, when you are ready, I actually would love for you to come on panel and share your experience with us. And so for those that are just tuning in, if you'd like to support the channel, feel free to drop a blessing in my Cash App, which is scrolling across the bottom of the screen, also pinned in the chat. I'm still kind of toying with the idea of possibly bringing back super chats and super stickers. I just really don't like I said, the fact that YouTube takes 40% of each one, and then they take like over a month to even deposit the money. That's why it's just easier to send channel donations to my Cash App. Oh, and for those who have not, let me pull up. Hold on. And y'all bear with me because I am laying down doing this live because I am experiencing some pain that I'm speaking healing over from the colorectal condition that I need surgery for. So I'm not used to typing laying on my side, but just bear with me because this is the easiest position to be in that doesn't cause as much pain. Oh, there's a typo. Wait a minute, did I type it wrong? The fuck? What in the hell? If you don't go to my page, like, I'm already signed in to Rumble. Like, what the hell? Hold on, y'all. I'm gonna come back to your guys' comments in just a second. Okay, there we go. So again, for those who have not, don't forget to subscribe and follow me on Rumble. On Rumble is where we're going to be doing the Pizzagate watch parties, parts 2 through 5. Actually, it might be parts 2 through 7. But the next Pizzagate, I can't guarantee you guys because, like I said, it's my homegirl's daughter's birthday this weekend. So I'm not sure what all might be going on tomorrow, but possibly Sunday we might actually do another Pizzagate. Actually, I do, yeah. I want to try to get one in on Sunday at some point so that we can actually watch the documentaries on Rumble, because Rumble is a platform that's completely uncensored. So it's not like YouTube where they monitor content and, you know, try to do strikes and all that. You're just able to legit watch completely uncensored content and get down to the bottom of things. So if you have not, be sure to get over to Rumble and make sure to follow and subscribe to my Rumble channel. And also shout out to those that have been sharing the petition. Y'all make sure to like the video coming in. Like the video, like the video, like the video. Because if you're here, you like me. Even if you're a troll, even if you're a real rejected YouTube, even if you're a member of the Jaguar Right Garbage Pail Clan members, if you're watching, you like me, just go on and hit the like. Now, for those who have not, don't forget to sign and share my Stop YouTube Global Cyberbullying and Gang Stalking Take Action Now petition. Shout out to the 800 signatures. We want to get to 1,000 as soon as possible. So shout out to all of you. Give me 1 second. All right, so before I get into, let me close some of these tabs because we got a lot to talk about. Before I get into the thick of things with this live, I do want to start off with a prayer, because I feel that, one, it's necessary for all of us, to also to just cover the actual, how do I say, to spiritually cover the subject at hand, because we are speaking about dark things. Also, trigger warning for those who are just tuning in. First and foremost, my channel is raw and uncensored, okay? I do not sugarcoat things. I am very raw and uncensored. Hence why it's in the description on my channel. Matter of fact, let me show, because when I go to approve comments, it's just some ignorant motherfuckers that, say stupid shit. And I think that a lot of y'all that visit YouTube don't realize that when you go to someone's channel, see how at the top there's the beginning of a description and then it says more? You want to click where it says more, okay? Because that's where you're going to see the channel's description. And the very first sentence under my channel's description says, Just D Show is in capital letters, raw and uncensored. So what that means is that my content and what I speak about and the way I speak is how I talk. Now, if you are offended by my vernacular because I use adult language like motherfucker and shut the fuck up and all of that because I'm grown as hell, you should just click off right now. This is not a channel where I'm going to censor my content. This is not a channel where I'm going to censor what I say. I give it to you raw, uncensored, and real, okay? I think I'm probably one of the most realest motherfuckers on YouTube, okay? So if you're offended, go on and click off, okay? Go on and click off. Because I didn't have to censor myself my whole life growing up in the church and being a former preacher's daughter and bishop's niece and, operating in all these areas and these cult ass churches that I'm not going to censor myself, especially on my own platform that I built. So it's kind of the audacity for y'all to come in the comment section, but see what y'all real rejects and trolls and things don't realize is that my channel has comment approval. So no matter what you say, ain't nobody finna see your comment. I'm gonna just report it, go to your channel, get your information, and then block you from my platform. So I just don't understand why you think coming to my channel and typing bullshit in the comment section that ain't nobody finna see but me is somehow gonna change the way I operate on my channel. One more again for the people in the bike. Raw and uncensored, okay? So if you can't handle that, this is not the platform for you. I suggest you click off right now, okay? Okay, just wanted to put that PSA out there for those that be thinking that they can come in the comment section and tell me how to manage my channel. No ma'am, no ham, no turkey, okay? Not at all. Okay, we got Nep in the building. Good to see you. Got the fam bam in the building. Okay, y'all said everything is okay. For real. Oh my God. I want the rest of this little piece of science infection to go on and get the hell on. For real, it's annoying. Because it feels like 1,000 little fingers are tickling the inside of my nose. It's irritating as hell. So yeah, well, I really hate that YouTube has, I don't know everybody's screen names, but thank you everybody that's tuned in. So yeah, I had to, like I said, I had to do my little PSA because folks be in their feelings in the comment section. Don't nobody see that shit anyhow, because all I'm gonna do is just delete it. So yeah, anyway, let's get to it. Real quick, Most High, I just want to thank you for every single person tuning into this live. I pray for the victims and who have become survivors. I pray for their healing. I ask that you continue to give me the strength to do the research, sound the alarm, and truly speak the truth and be an advocate for the actual survivors, not just of Epstein Island, but all who have been trafficked and sexually abused, mentally abused, emotionally abused, manipulated, and damaged. For those who are battling with depression, suicidal thoughts, and anxiety, I speak healing, I speak peace, and I ask that you assist me with the assist me with the construction of Forever Freedom facilities, because I want to be able to put together crews to go and actually find and rescue children that are being trafficked. I ask that you send the angels to those children who are trying to find their way home, Lord God, help their minds, keep their minds. I know it's hard. I know it is. I know that they go through so much. So I speak peace and healing to them. I ask that you continue to watch over me. Bless this collective. Bless the family that we have here. For every one of us who have survived sexual abuse, who have survived mental, emotional abuse, I speak healing. And I ask that you cover me, this collective, any energy rising up against me, this collective, my family, this channel, let it fall by the wayside immediately and be destroyed, and let chaos and confusion come about their lives, and let death and hell fall their own evil intentions back to them, including those who are sending spiritual attacks against me, my channel, this platform, and me speaking my truth. I cancel that assignment. I reverse back to sender every ungodly thing being spoken, said, prayer, every incantation, every witch, every coven, every evil person that is trying to stop the truth from being exposed. I ask that you cover all of that. Oshun, Ogun, Archangel Michael, Gabriel, Uriel, Raphael, Medron, angels, ancestors, spirit guides, watch over me, this platform, this entire collective, and please go and help us find these children so that they can be rescued and rehabilitated. All these things I ask in the name of the Most High God, your Son, Yeshua, Asheo. Now, let's keep moving forward. Thank you, Andrew. I received that. Probably don't know that. Exactly. You know, people tend to think, and here's the thing. I'm a real life empath, clairvoyant, psychic medium. People really think that they can say and do things that are going to stop me from speaking my truth, not knowing that I can hear your thoughts. I can read your mind, baby. Like in real life, I really can. I read souls. So the thing that, you know, baffles me are the people that are covering for these pedophiles. Okay, hold on. The people that are, oh, wait, I gotta mark this in my angel numbers journal, because it's 1:11 a.m. And that is the angel number for ascension, awakening, new opportunities, new beginnings, and independence. The people that are covering for it. In fact, before I get into it, now tonight's subject is Epstein is allegedly alive over in Israel. Jay-Z and Beyoncé, not just Jay-Z, Jay-Z and Beyoncé are named in the Epstein Files along with the Diddler. Give me a second because I wanted to show y'all this. Corey Feldman speaking about enduring sexual abuse on The View. Where is it at? Also, Whoopi Goldberg defending Roman Polanski, a known alleged pedophile. The whole pizza shit, you know, just it's just really disgusting. Here we go. And all commentary on my channel is alleged outside of my real life experience. And let me switch my banner again for those who like to support the channel. For now, I still have not enabled super chats and super stickers, so feel free to send any channel donation to my Cash App. Now, any video content that we are reviewing is for the purposes for commentary, criticism, entertainment, news reporting, scholarship, investigative research, and is covered under the copyright disclaimer, fair use clause. Now, this is a post that came across my feed on Instagram. A lot of people may not remember Corey Feldman. I'm an 80s baby, so I definitely remember Corey Feldman from back in the day. But he exposes how Hollywood is infested with pedophiles. And, you know, the reaction, Barbara Walters' reaction was very telling. Y'all would be surprised the women that cover for pedophiles. Like, for real, the women that cover for pedophiles is disgusting. So let's just let me let y'all listen to this.
Industry.
I'm sorry, I'm not trying to. I'm just trying to say that it's a very important, serious topic.
You're damaging an entire industry.
I'm saying that there are people that were the people that did this to both me and Corey that are still working. They're still out there, and they're some of the richest, most powerful people in this business.
And they are.
And they do not want me saying what I'm saying right now.
Are you saying that they're pedophiles?
Yes.
And that they're still in this business?
Yes.
That's what, and that's what you're saying in your book. When you talk,
you're damaging an entire industry.
I'm sorry, I'm not trying to. I'm just trying to say that it's a very important, serious topic.
What's disgusting is her saying you're damaging an entire industry. How about the child that's mind was damaged from the sexual abuse? See, I can't understand this. This is my opinion. The only people defending these pedos are people who are pedos. And women can definitely be pedophiles, for sure. It's not just men. It's people like her that are the reason that survivors don't come forward. And it's people like her that's the reason that this shit continues, especially in Hollywood. Because he's adamantly telling you, hey, this happened to us. And these people are in power. Again, Ephesians 6 and 12. For we wrestle not against flesh and blood, but against principalities, against powers, against rulers of darkness, spiritual wickedness in high places, aka their fucking pyramid. These elite predators, the Most High God is sending an angelic order to obliterate this planet of these fucking disgusting predators, because these people are definitely on demon time. Let's get to the satanic ritual calendar. Because when I died and went to heaven, and they said, look, you need to go back and show them the truth about what Earth is and who these people really are. These are people who are operating from the frequency of demons, which is why they support this demonic ass shit. These satanic rituals, this calendar, again, I discovered in 2018 when I was heavily researching SRA, which is satanic ritual abuse, as well as SSRA, satanic sexual ritual abuse. Now, the reason I've been researching this is because I was sexually abused as a child by one of the foster cousins that my aunt and uncle took in to help heal and rehabilitate. And I realized when I started talking to friends, that I grew up with, not only at the church, but even outside of these churches, that all of us had been sexually abused. Like all of us. Stepsisters, cousins, friends. And so this is why I started researching this when I was 11 years old. Because I had to understand, if we're in a church and this is supposed to be the safest place in the world, there's preachers, men and women of God, why have so many of us been sexually abused, specifically by people who are members of the church? Like, where is this coming from? And so I remember hearing about the Satanic Panic and SRA, but I never really knew what it was. And so I started heavily researching that when I was younger, but even more so in 2018, because the church, and really, I'm just going to call it what it is, the fucking cult that I was a member of, the pastor taught in service that if a couple is married and the husband wants to have sex and the wife doesn't feel like it, he can take it. And I was like, doesn't that mean rape? Like, why is the preacher promoting rape across the pulpit and teach? And this is the marriage classes that he would teach. They would make, joke, oh, talking about she got a headache. He's like, well, I know Susie down the road who don't have no headache. And I'm thinking, like, why did they teach this shit in churches? It's to desensitize and make rape normal. Literally having women in fear of their own husbands. If she doesn't feel like having sex, well, you can take it. I wish a motherfucker would. Like that, just the audacity to even teach that across the pulpit. And that's when I started connecting the dots that a lot of these religious leaders are indeed Freemasons. It was confirmed that Jeremiah Reed, the pastor I was under, when I was raped by my ex-fiance, was a Freemason. He told me to be silent and not to go to the police. He said he didn't want a scandal because the church was already under investigation for embezzlement and fraud and all types of scandals. And there were accusations of sexual abuse that were never proven with evidence because people were sweeping things under the rug and talking about it behind closed doors, and no one had the balls except for me to actually go to the police. Because even though he told me not to go to the police, years later I did, after I left the church. And, the police, of course, told me that there wasn't really much they could do because since I didn't report the rape at the time that it happened, there really wasn't much they could do. Many victims are discouraged from speaking out or threatened. I was encouraged to be silent, and I had to keep going to church and sitting next to my ex-fiance who had raped me like he didn't just fucking rape me. And people wonder why I'm still healing complex PTSD. I know firsthand what it's like to be a victim. I know what it's like to be a victor, to overcome it and become a survivor. And from the ages of 8 to 11, I was sexually abused by, again, one of the female foster cousins. And I didn't know as a kid that she had been being raped. I didn't even know what she was doing to me or why she was doing it to me. I just knew it felt wrong and I didn't like it. And honestly, it was in Sunday school when I heard one of the deacons first talk about molestation, and I rose my hand. I said, "What does that mean?" And he told me what it meant. He said it's when somebody touches you inappropriately in a private place without your permission, without your consent. And even if they're not brutally hurting you, the fact that they are taking advantage of you, that's considered molestation. And that was when I was 11. Again, all of these things that have happened to me is what prompted me to become who I am today. As far as an investigative researcher, I had to know why. What's behind them sexually abusing us? Like, why do they do this? Are they paid for this? Is it a sickness? Is it a disease? The reality is they do it to sacrifice souls to Satan and to Baphomet and to Molech. The child of God sacrifice. That's in Exodus, I believe. Either Exodus or Leviticus, I'll pull it up. This is why I take all of this shit. Diddy, Jay-Z, Harvey Weinstein, Epstein, Ellen, all this disgusting ass shit. This is why I take it so personal, because I've been that kid and I've been that adult and I've been date raped before. So I know what it's like to be drugged and be raped. When you're on a date with a guy that you think you can trust and he slips some shit in your drink and you don't know. I found out the hard way. He kept going to the bar and getting our drinks and having me sit at the table. So to see videos like that where a female is scolding a survivor makes me want to vomit, and quite honestly, it makes me angry. It does. Now, I don't condone violence. But if Barbara Walters were to be made a believer, see, the way people can be made a believer is to experience what we have experienced. I feel like sometimes, and this might sound morbid, but I'm going to say it because this is my channel. The people that try to, how do I say, invalidate the experience of a victim. Maybe you should experience what it's like to be sexually abused before you try to invalidate another person's experience. Because you don't want to believe that, you know, your favorite actor or artist or government official or pastor or clergyman might be corrupt. Maybe if you had experienced being sexually abused, you wouldn't sweep shit under the fucking rug like that. It's disgusting. It's really fucking disgusting. And I just, to this day, when you are a victim and you are being victimized, when you're being held against your will, reliving the experience of rape is horrific. And when you deal with complex PTSD, you have remnants of your memory that leaves. That's why these cases where they keep dismissing women's cases, because they may get a date wrong or they may forget something that's part of what happens when you are raped. It takes a part of your mind, your body, and your spirit. And the sole purpose for a lot of these elite predators is literally to sacrifice people. Satanic holy days are usually when satanic ritual abuse takes place. And again, I came across this research in SRA in 2018, exposing Satanism and witchcraft. The reason I'm showing you the PDF is because I can zoom in and show the dates better. But the date of the ritual, the satanic celebration, the type of ritual, and the usage of the ritual. And I just remember I need to take my sleep aid. Y'all bear with me just a second. Why did I put my water way over there? Okay. Ooh, that probably wasn't the best place to put that. Let's move that out. Now, I know these lives tend to not get as many views. I really don't care. My whole purpose is to expose this shit so that the next generation, if they were to experience this, they know what to look out for and what to do. I also connected a lot of dots on dates of certain events and things going on. Now, they're saying allegedly Epstein's alive, possibly in Israel. I've been seeing this for the past couple of weeks, to be honest. And I told y'all when they first said he committed suicide, I didn't believe that was real. It seemed extremely staged, extremely. But the word is that allegedly his body was switched out, which is very possible, especially if any of you have seen the Netflix movie, They Clone Tyrone. It's very telling, extremely telling. But it says Lady Victoria Hervey, who used to date Andrew Mountbatten Windsor, told a British radio station LBC that she no longer believes Jeffrey Epstein is dead. She made the claim during a live interview on Friday. What was the date on this? Okay, so this was on February 6th, so a little over a week ago. Said, I don't even think Jeffrey Epstein's dead anymore, to be honest. I don't believe he was ever dead. I really don't. I really believe that that was some sort of like cloned ass shit. Just like with the Angie Stone shit. I don't believe Angie Stone was killed in that wreck. I believe they abducted her. I really do. Especially given the fact that it was on a satanic holiday when they claimed she allegedly died. I'm going to actually do, for those of y'all that have been on my channel for over a year, on March the 1st, I'm going to do a 1-year anniversary live about Angie Stone's death and give y'all some new tea that I just found out. I'm not going to share it right now, because I know Jaguar's going to run everything I'm saying over to the blue couch. But it's some tea now that a lot of people don't know that I know about what happened with Angie Stone last March. I digress. According to the report from LBC, Lady Hervey pointed to a document that appeared in the most recent batch of Epstein Files released by the U.S. Justice Department, the DOJ. That document apparently mentions a prison guard who posted anonymously on 4chan shortly before Epstein's death was made public in 2019. The guard claimed Epstein had been switched out and taken away in a trip van. See, this is the continued theme. It was the same thing with Angie Stone. Who else? It's been like same thing with Aaliyah. It's like all the time, bruh. They'll say one thing in public, but then you find out later, nah, that wasn't the way it went down. Just like how they said Aaliyah walked on that plane, and we know damn well Aaliyah didn't walk on that fucking plane because she was drugged. When you're injected with GHB, you lose your ability to have control over your whole body. And you constantly pass in and out of consciousness. Like, looking back on when I was date raped, I do believe that guy stuck GHB in my drink because I kept blacking out, and then when I would come to, I didn't have control over my arms, my legs. Like, it was like watching a movie or some shit from the inside of my body. It's very, just a horrifying experience. Said I think I'd seen one of those emails, one of the ones that ended up in the files, and I think that prison guard needs to be interviewed, if the prison guard's even still alive. The one that he said he saw the bodies being switched out. When the interviewer pressed her on where Epstein might be now, she answered with one word: Israel. Now, I've seen a lot of shit circulating, especially on Instagram, about Epstein allegedly being in Israel. Guess who else was spotted in Israel? Jay-Z. Right at the time his name was published that he was in the damn Epstein Files, they said his ass was over in damn Israel. Now, this was published, yesterday on the 13th. Wow. Wow. Now this says, wow. Part of a cumulative 3.5 million pages disclosed after redactions for national security and privacy includes emails, financial records, and FBI memos that highlight previously underreported connections to Israel, its political elite, and intelligence circles. However, analysis suggests that about 2% of the total investigative data has been made public. So people are tripping about the files that have been made public. Can you imagine if what we have right now is only 2%, how much information's out there that we don't even fucking know? It's very scary when you think about it. Like, how much more corrupt are these people? These elite predators that are running this fucking, not even just this country, the whole world, because they're all connected. This is crazy. It says that only about 2% of the total investigative data has been made public, raising questions about potential withholding to shield influential figures, including the orange-faced Oompa Loompa in the White House. These revelations add a geopolitical layer to Epstein's web, particularly amid ongoing Middle East tensions. The files detail Epstein's close ties to former Israel Prime Minister Ehud Barak, who appears repeatedly in communications, visitor logs, and business dealings. Emails show Barak visited Epstein's New York residence multiple times between 2013 and 2017, sometimes staying for extended periods. Epstein investigated in a technology startup linked to Barak, later rebranded as Carbine, a company specializing in emergency response software with ties to Israel's security sectors. You know, Epstein being connected to Israel, Netanyahu's connection with Putin and defector Trump. I hope y'all see the connection here. Because it's also very telling. All of these people visited not only Epstein Island, but they went to the Diddler's parties. And I'm going to show you guys the connection between Diddy and Epstein. And look, as I speak, because I just pulled up this article. This one wasn't even one that I researched earlier. Look whose name just popped up in bold. Benjamin Netanyahu. Wow. And they're saying the Epstein claims are a smear campaign, even though there's evidence. Okay. Oh, interesting. Beyond personal ties, emails reveal Epstein and Barak's involvement in international schemes with Middle East implications. In 2013, they discussed arranging a meeting with Vladimir Putin. I'm done. I'm fucking done. I just said it. Here we have the connection. Here we have the connection. Epstein, Barak, Putin, Netanyahu, and Trump. Here is the fucking connection. This is crazy. This is crazy, bro. Exactly. And they cover for each other. But remember when I told y'all in 2025 that was the year of uncovering, that God was going to make sure to uncover things in a way that they cannot cover for each other anymore. And that cover is coming off. Andrew said, swim across the biggest ocean, but no survivors. Okay. I just cannot listen to her, especially after that phone call that she did with all. Oh, you're talking about Jag. Yeah. Israel and Greece. He has been, exactly. He's been seen definitely in Israel, for sure. They paid off the cameraman in jail. Wow. Yep. Is there a ritual right now? Let's take a look. Let's take a look. Well, again, Candlemas and the Satanic Revels was on the 2nd. What's coming up next is Saint Walpurgis Day, Satanic holiday where they do a blood ritual. Communion of blood and dismemberment. This is disgusting. Any age. So on the 2nd was Candlemas, the Sabbatic Goat, the Baphomet Festival, blood ritual, animal and or human sacrifice, satanic revels, sexual ritual, oral, anal, vaginal, 7 to 17 female. And again, on the day that they claimed Angie Stone was killed, which was March 1st, Saint Icodot, blood ritual, drinking of human blood for strength and homage to the demons. And the dates of her funerals, remember her funerals were March 13th, 14th, and 15th. Also during satanic ritual holidays. where they do blood ritual assassination right before the spring equinox. So yeah, a lot of satanic activity going on in the springtime. What I'm tripping off of, oh wait, this one. What I'm tripping off of is this clear connection between all of them. And one has to ask themselves, Jeffrey Epstein was not a politician, so what business did he have connecting with this Barack person, Vladimir Putin, and Netanyahu? What could they have, like, what the fuck could y'all have been discussing other than pizza shit? Fucking Pizzagate, pedo shit. It's ridiculous. Yep, it'll be a year on the 1st. And yeah, ain't nobody believing that Jaguar swam across to no damn Epstein Island and rescued no motherfucking... You ain't did that shit. Yeah, it's just that when I'm sharing screen, I don't see y'all's comments because I'm not in there. I'm not in the studio. Yes, and thank you so much for sharing that with the family, because yeah, the consultations be, yeah, they get intense for real. They definitely get intense. I'm grateful that you are breaking that generational curse. So yeah, I think it's to be honest with y'all, it makes 1000% sense for Epstein to be over in Israel. I mean, that he's already connected. It makes perfect sense, especially if these are the people that are investing with him. And you know, they say, let me pull it up and show y'all. This is how all these people are so wealthy, allegedly. Because one has to wonder, as I've been doing a lot of research on Epstein today, I read through a lot of the files. Everybody would ask him, how can you afford to have all these properties and islands and private jets? Well, now, it says a 172.6 billion industry thrives in the shadows of our global economy, profiting from human suffering. Human trafficking generates profits that rival some of the world's largest corporations, representing not just a moral crisis, but a complex economic phenomenon that challenges our understanding of modern markets. And this was published April of last year, and it says the illegal industry now generates 172.6 billion dollars from forced commercial sexual exploitation annually. Current estimates show traffickers hold 49.6 million people in modern slavery worldwide, including 12 million children. Pause. Can you imagine 12 million children being traded on the dark market? I gotta find that video when Jaguar talked about, which it was very creepy that she even knew all of this, when she talked about monitoring the dark net and how flesh gets exchanged, and how she was watching people trading videos of minors being sexually abused, which again, all of it leads to, if you're a so-called defender of freedom and you're such an advocate, why the fuck are you watching that shit and not doing anything about it? Because you're allegedly a part of it. That's why. This shit is disgusting. 12 million kids, 12 fucking million. And this is as of last year. 12 million kids. With all the wealthy elite, wealthy actors, wealthy artists, wealthy politicians, why has no one started facilities to help rescue and rehabilitate survivors of sexual abuse? Why is Forever Freedom by JustDeeShow the only sort of advocacy that's actually putting together a nonprofit organization to help find, rescue, and rehabilitate these children? You know why? Because these people are profiting from this shit. So it's even bigger than the rituals. It's rituals and it's money. What would it profit a man to gain the whole world and lose his own soul? And how can you be a part of this when you have children? I've never understood that. How can people who have children be a part of this shit? What if it's your kid? Now, there are people that are Satanists that do give birth and sacrifice their children willingly so that they can pledge their allegiance to Satan. But to those who are not Satanists, to those who just want to get a bag, did you never stop to think that it could be your child too? Did you never stop to think that they may come for your children too? Children should be allowed to be children. A child should never have to worry about fearing being sexually abused, let alone abducted and sold into sex trafficking and slavery. It's disgusting. Since private sector entities exploit approximately 17.3 million victims, traffickers force 6.3 million into commercial sexual exploitation. The state actors subject 3.9 million to forced labor. It says traffickers operate their market with a chilling sense of opportunism, following supply and demand principles that mirror legitimate businesses, i.e., legitimate businesses like CPS, legitimate businesses like Ashton Kutcher's, what was his advocacy for children that were sexually abused. And then he gets on there and talks about how he was sent a tape of children being raped that are the same age of his kid. First of all, who the fuck is sending that to you? Second of all, why the fuck are you watching it? And third of all, why the hell did you write a letter of recommendation for Danny Masterson, who also I found are in the files, and I'm going to show you guys. Like, who does that? Who advocates for a man who raped multiple women on set and is now in jail, just like the Diddler, for doing it? Why was Danny Masterson in the Epstein Files? Along with Diddy. Why are Jay-Z and Beyoncé in the Epstein Files? You know, the couple y'all idolize who are corrupt as shit. I've been talking about Jay-Z being corrupt since 2011 on Facebook. Technically before then, but I went hard in 2011 and started showing proof. And then I started my Truth Theory group because people were getting offended by my posts on my regular Facebook page. Even though I was showing them evidence, and back in 2011 on Facebook, y'all called me a conspiracy theorist. It's amazing how everyone who was called a conspiracy theorist, it turns out we were fucking right. With evidence, I saw a whole bunch of niggas on Instagram still worshiping Jay-Z. What? And then Lizzo, that fat stupid bitch, defending Jay-Z and Diddy. Diddy's in jail with your stupid ass. And baby girl, you defending these fucking elite predators ain't gonna help you with your music, because people are canceling your ass left and right because of you supporting them. With evidence, y'all still want to say, well, he wasn't accused. It literally said this girl made a report to the FBI that she had been drugged and raped, and when she woke up in a room with Sean Carter and Harvey Weinstein, another fucking pedophile who's been convicted and arrested. Because perverts of a feather flock together. I don't believe for a second that Epstein is dead. I believe they faked his death so that he could avoid being held accountable. But sir, oh, you will stand before the Most High God. There is no mountain high, no valley low where you can go and hide. Let me show y'all something else. Where is that video of him in Israel? Oh wait, that was on Instagram. Hold on. Oh, and then I gotta get on Pam Bondi's stupid ass too. I genuinely believe she's a part of the pedo ring. I really do. There's no reason for that woman to be going so hard to defend Trump and all these other people if you're not a part of it. Oh, I have so many posts that I saved. I have to go through these. Yeah, that's too many. Yeah, it's too many. Let me look, because I know. Regardless, the point I was trying to get to is that the same week that they were saying Epstein was spotted in Israel was the same time that they alleged Jay-Z fled to Israel right after it was put out that he was named in the Epstein Files. And people still want to say, y'all keep trying to bring a good black man down. This man, Sean Carter, has been accused repeatedly by multiple victims of allegedly raping them when they were teenagers. Now, word has it that allegedly, he paid off people to get those cases dismissed with prejudice, to get it to go away. But see, you can't, there's nothing you can do here, sir. Because again, if Epstein's really dead, who are you going to pay, for your name to get redacted from the files? It looks like it's not working. Just like I told y'all when I said God was going to uncover all this in a way that it would be irrefutable evidence, and people still want to worship this man. See, this is how you know people have been bewitched. Strong delusions. For I will send them strong delusions that they should believe a lie. There's evidence presented in the Epstein Files. And I love my people, but black folks, can y'all stop praising these motherfuckers like they're God? Because y'all the main ones I see on Instagram talking about how they trying to bring a good black man down and they're lying on Jay-Z, and you haven't done nan research to even to even support what you're saying. You are just blindly believing this shit because you don't realize that every time you've gone to one of their concerts, they were doing witchcraft on you. Beyonce is a dark witch, accused of sacrificing chickens and cats and all types of animals, allegedly. So was her mama, Tina Knowles, and Kris Jenner, allegedly. I kept wondering, why was Epstein so close with Beyonce and Jay-Z? There's so much evidence in these files. I mean, when I tell you I've been researching, I spend hours. Hell, I think one day I spent like over 8 hours going through all the files. Like, god damn. But y'all just don't want to believe that your favorite artist or rapper could possibly, maybe be a fucking pedophile. They're everywhere. They cover for one another. They will lie and lie and lie and lie. And the reason they cover for one another is because they all have something to lose. So I just don't think it's far-fetched that Epstein could possibly be over in Israel, seeing as how a lot of his financial benefactors are already over there. Just saying. Give me 1 second, because there is one of these I wanted to show. Here it is. Okay, let me pull it up. Okay, now This one is a lady claiming that she was sexually abused. She mentions Diddy in here, but because of how long this is, I don't really want to read through all of that. That wasn't the only one. It was another one. Now this one was sent to Jeffrey Epstein July 15th, 2013. Let's check the calendar. Okay. So July 3rd. Oh, you know what July 20th is? The beginning of the Bohemian Grove. Oh my God. Wow. Wow. Oh, Jay-Z, this is not looking good for you, sir. This is not looking good for you. At all. Oh wait, no, not the concert. Interesting how Freemasonic this looks. It's extremely interesting. Trying to get the dates. Oh, I'm glad I came up on this. This is Molech. Can we open image in a new tab? Yeah, this is Molech. This is the god of child sacrifice. So when we see Druid sexual association with demons, abduction, ceremonial preparation and holding of sacrificial victim for grand climax, this is what it is, a Bohemian Grove. They start on July 20th, and it's a 2-week event. Molech is the god of child sacrifice. Yeah, in Leviticus. Says in Leviticus, states that anyone who sacrifices a child to Molech should be put to death. So here's the thing. Why aren't any of these people being arrested when the Bible says they should be put to death? Why the fuck they ain't in jail, at least? I'm just saying. See ya, Molek. Solomon, one of the most, oh, please, the pop-ups are fucking annoying. I don't care. Get off my screen. That is so irritating. I don't know. I don't even know why people still do that with websites. It's so antiquated. Unwise decision of his reign as king of Israel. Interesting. King of Israel. Ordered pagan temples to be erected. One of those pagan deities was Molech. And Molech, the worship of Molech included infanticide. Specifically, it included the murder of infants as a pagan sacrifice. It says Molech was thought to be one of the pagan deities of the Canaanites, but debate exists among scholars as to whether he is actually a Phoenician pagan deity. Regardless, this deity, they claim that this is at the Bohemian Grove. It's an actual depiction of the Bohemian Grove. Barack Obama has been seen in the silver-studded Baphomet costume at Bohemian Grove. Many elite, included Donald Trump, way before he ever was the president, have attended the Bohemian Grove. Now they claim that they burn effigies as a mock sacrifice, but sources say they actually do allegedly sacrifice infants, children, and adults to this god, to this deity at the Bohemian Grove. So again, one has to wonder, why would Epstein be tied to high-ranking politicians, high-ranking, military personnel, presidents and prime ministers of other countries? Because maybe, just maybe, all of y'all are a part of the same shit. Then this cremation of care, a way to symbolically burn away guilt and responsibility so they can indulge themselves without conscience for the next 2 weeks. So they can indulge themselves without a conscience, so that they can be able to sacrifice, human sacrifice, Freemason holiday, so that they can sacrifice people. And again, the Bohemian Grove starts from July 20th and it goes through August the 3rd. Notice the first week: abduction, ceremonial preparation, and holding of sacrificial victim for grand climax. Sacrificial victim. During the ritual, notice how they say ritual. During the ritual, a deep, eerie voice echoes from inside the massive stone owl. Not magic, just speakers hidden in the hollow structure, which is cleverly disguised to look like part of the natural rock. Okay, so they're just saying, oh, it's just all theatrics. This is very elaborate. For theatrics. And is it me in my Funky Dineva voice, or does that look like a table with plates like y'all are having dinner? This is not theatrical. This is a gathering. Okay? Yeah. It's a gathering. And yeah, it's quite nuts. Oh, there's an actual dead body. But it's theatrics, right? Uh-huh. Yep. That is and that looks like a dead black body. Yeah. The date on this says 1909. Can you imagine how long this shit's been going on? For centuries. Oh, there's another one of them hanging. This is at the Bohemian Grove. And yeah, they point out the owl and the $1 bill, which I saw that in 2011. I mean, just, you know, it's just quite interesting. The connections. It is interesting. So yeah, Jeffrey Epstein, lessons from the Jay-Z business model. Again, dated July 15th. 5 days before they start doing abductions. You know, I should really get paid for this. I should really get paid for this. I think I'm better than Nancy Drew. I do think I'm better than Nancy Drew. All right. Let me look at y'all's comments real quick. Oh shit, there's a lot of comments that I missed. Hold on. Hold on. Damn, I missed a lot of comments. Hold on, y'all. I'm trying to scroll up to see the last one. And the last one I left off at. Notice Diddy said get rid of the pizza boxes. I'm so glad you said that, Andrew, because I'm actually going to cover that during this live. The phone call where Diddy told his son Justin, make sure you get rid of all the pizza boxes and the plastic. Well, we know pizza means that's pedo term for child pornography. And cheese is little girl. I forget what pepperoni is. I'm gonna pull it up because I did more research and found the pedo lingo in the emojis and all that. Diddy's connected to Epstein. Trump is connected to Epstein. Jay-Z and Beyoncé are connected to Epstein. And Epstein's connected to Trump. And Trump is connected to Netanyahu and Vladimir Putin. And so is Epstein. I mean, y'all are all a part of the same circle. Very much so demons. This is all demon ass shit, bro. For real. Definitely. I type 75 words per minute. Probably faster than that. Very, very nefarious, which is why I'm not going to stop exposing it. Like, I'm going to keep doing it. Very extremely nefarious. And, you know, all jokes aside, these are children, like these are babies. I have lost 5 children as a result of being born with Graves' disease. I've had 5 miscarriages, and I've helped raise my older siblings' kids. I remember when they were born. I remember holding them when they first were born. I remember feeding them, changing their diapers, putting them to sleep, having that bond with them. And if anybody were to ever have hurt my babies, they would be taking that 6 feet nap real quick. They would never be heard from again. They would just come up missing. Even as a woman who has lost children, I have that instinct. So for the life of me, I cannot understand how someone like Barbara Walters, Whoopi Goldberg, or any other female who has birthed children can cover and allow this shit. It's disgusting. And I love my relatives, but even in my own family, when people were told that children were being abused, they didn't believe them. It's disgusting. Cody said supposedly Epstein is the actual creator of Bitcoin, and he made up Satoshi Nakamoto, which is probably what is funding his travels. Wow. Oh, and did y'all know? Let me show y'all this. Speaking of, Speaking of, Jay-Z faces legal battle in Patel versus Dorsey over Cash App, bro. This was published July 25th of last year. You and these ugly ass, dookie ass, fucking Timu ass dreads, bruh. Like, as much money as you have, sir, you look like the Predator meets Donkey Kong. I'm gonna need you to never ever shave these ugly ass fucking dreads off your head. Cause if I see one more picture of you, I swear to God, I'ma light your ass up every chance I get. That is not a good look for you. I don't know who the fuck told you it was. It's not. Sean Carter, better known as Jay-Z, has built a legacy as a hip-hop icon. Bullshit. Savvy businessmen don't sell J's full of mid that don't stay lit for 50 goddamn... You know what? This nigga sold pre-rolled J's full of mid that everybody who has ever smoked knows mid don't stay lit for 50 goddamn dollars a J. And then you lost $500K doing the shit. I would say a savvy businessman who claims he moved bricks in Brooklyn, who claims he's about that life, you wouldn't have never did no fuck shit like that. Let me tell you something right now. I know a thing or two about mid. I know a lot about purple. I know a lot about sour diesel and white widow. And what I know about mid, ain't nobody fucking with that shit. Not even out here. Mid might as well be Reggie. So, sir, before they ever call you a savvy businessman, I'm gonna need you to get your life. Because ain't no fucking way your stupid ass thought selling mid J's for $50 I got pre-rolled too. Do nobody know what the fuck you put in that shit? Anybody who's ever goddamn match one, look, if you match with a motherfucker that pre-rolls a blunt, something is wrong with you. And I'm gonna leave it at that. Now, moving on. He's facing a legal challenge that could tarnish his reputation. On February 5th, 2025, a lawsuit filed in California accuses the rapper and other Block Incorporated directors of allowing Cash App, a popular payment platform, to become a hub for illegal activities, including money laundering, sex trafficking. Big pause. All of y'all sat up here and said everybody was crazy when he had that girl from the VMAs, when she alleged he coerced and intimidated her to dismiss her case with prejudice. Everybody said, oh, see, she was lying. It was a money grab. Oh, really? Because here's another case that ain't got nothing to do with her or no other female victim claiming to be raped. It's straight up, the accusation is you're allegedly using Cash App for money laundering and sex trafficking. This is a RICO charge. Oh, and Ramir, the young man that claimed he was your son, that you also, was able to get his case dismissed with prejudice. Can't do that here. Because this doesn't involve personal people, a one-on-one civil case. This is indeed a class action lawsuit. And you're accused, sir, along with Block Incorporated directors, for allegedly allowing Cash App to be used for money laundering and sex trafficking. Oh, and terrorism financing. Interesting. It doesn't look like this case is getting thrown out, Mr. Carter. Yeah, good luck. You better get a good lawyer. The case Patel versus Dorsey has thrust Jay-Z and Block co-founder Jack Dorsey into a high-stakes courtroom battle with serious implications. The plaintiff, Viraj Patel, A Block Inc. shareholder filed the suit in the U.S. District Court for the Northern District of California. Pause. Why does so much activity go on in California? Well, California is a hub for satanic rituals. You know what's interesting is that Jaguar and Odell moved to L.A. Do y'all remember that? When we were still connected on my channel and they moved to L.A., I was wondering, why would you move to LA when you are claiming that people are after you, Jaguar? You claim that people are trying to kill you. You keep placing yourself in locations where satanic rituals go on. I'm just saying, first it was damn Vegas, now LA. The hub for, you know, the dark Santerias, the dark high priestesses, you know, that are in the pyramid. The Sisters of Light, the apprentice witches, the novice witches, the mothers of darkness. I'm just saying, why do you and Sean Carter and who else? Diddy, Diddler had property out there. Epstein had property. Oh, Clive Davis too. All of y'all have a fascination with LA. I wonder why. That's some interesting tea. Known as a shareholder derivative suit, it seeks to hold the company's directors accountable for alleged failures that hurt Block's value. The complaint targets Jay-Z, Dorsey, and 13 other current and former board members and officers. Oh, do y'all remember when Jaguar said she wanted to be on the board for YouTube? I just remember that. Claiming they breached their fiduciary duties, obligations to act in the company's best interests by neglecting oversight of Cash App's operations. Did y'all even know that Jay-Z was a shareholder in Cash App? How many people knew that? If you knew that Jay-Z was a shareholder in Cash App, put a $sign in the chat. If you ain't know that shit and you was today years old and you just found out and heard it here first on Just D Show, just go on and put a Just D in the chat, because I be doing my research. Unlike Jaguar, who comes to my platform and steals my research and then plagiarizes it on other platforms, I actually dive deep and dig deep and get the receipts and show y'all the receipts. Let me scroll on down to the bottom. I'm going to come back to y'all's comments. Because I'm just like, you know... People be calling me conspiracy theorists. They be saying all types of things. But the one thing that y'all don't say and give me credit for is the research that I do. And see, that's my issue with her. Because last year, it is what it is. You fucked yourself trying to fuck me over. I mean, let's be honest. You've been getting tormented by demons every night because I keep seeing it and feeling it and hearing it. You keep channeling me. Look, I pray for you to choose healing one day. But baby, you getting all your karma. That's all that is. Because you've gone on so many platforms claiming to know all these people's business, claiming to know about this one and that one, and you swam across Epstein. I can't even say this shit with straight face. You said you swam across the ocean to Epstein Island, and you went over there and you found survivors and you had victims ready to testify. Ain't nan victim ever been presented against Jay-Z, against Diddy, against Beyonce from Epstein. The one person that came on your show, the Jaguar Rate show that I encouraged you to start, that I helped you get your first 100 subscribers, was Tammy Wallace, a woman who said she was allegedly raped by people in, I believe, the NFL, in the sports industry, and you shitted on her, and she said you threatened her because she didn't want to do a part 3 with you because she did not like the way that you were spinning the narrative. See, here's the thing. I genuinely believe you are a plant for YouTube. I genuinely believe what everybody has said, that you were allegedly right there with Jay-Z and Diddy, and you was a part of all of this shit, Jaguar. I think it's in your best interest to just confess. Because the more you try to hide and lie, the more God is going to keep exposing you. See, here's the thing. I experienced the higher frequency of God with you and your music. I even experienced a higher frequency of God with you when we prayed together on this platform. I know it's there. But you keep going to the dark. When you pledge your soul to Baphomet, that deity won't let you go. And if you knew about all of this shit, that you keep running to all these platforms and saying you knew this, you knew that, why the fuck you ain't do shit to stop it? See, a true advocate is going to try to stop it. Or at the very least, help survivors heal. You damaged Tammy Wallace further. That's why she went over to Stone Paxton's channel and told all the shit she said she experienced with you. The first survivor on your channel, you fucked over. Then y'all wonder why we never seen Cat Williams over there. Because he's a real motherfucker. He's not with the shits at all. He has said plenty of times he went into the industry with the full intention to disrupt and destroy and expose shit. Jaguar, you have never done that. And the way you coon for Donald Trump, Mr. Grab him by the pussy, the way you ran your ass to Mar-a-Lago, and Odell gonna call me talking about, what do you think about her going? I said, I think it's a setup. But the more I think about it, I think maybe, just maybe, y'all were discussing some sacrifice shit, allegedly. I think you and him know shit about each other. Just like you and Diddy know shit about each other, because you did say you performed as a dominatrix at his parties. How come you don't be speaking on that? Why you don't be transparent about that, about your role as dominatrix at the Diddy parties? You said that you and the sex worker girls had body cams and y'all had all this footage and all this evidence. Why have we not seen any receipts? You're extremely good at storytelling, which is why me and several others believed that, you know, you were a real advocate. But the bottom line, Jaguar, is that you have not actually done anything to help victims. Like literally, you don't advocate for their mental health because your mental health is not stable, clearly. And you don't do anything to help heal victims. You clout chase for clicks and views. See, I have to speak on you because you're a part of this same circle. The Jay-Z, Diddy, Trump, for damn sure circle. How any black female can coon for that motherfucker? You, Candace Owens, Nikki, House Nigga, Coon Ass Minaj. How any of you and all of y'all got kids. Now, I don't know if Candace Owens has kids, but I know you and Nikki got kids. But Nikki married a pedophile rapist, a convicted pedophile rapist. So we already know she's thrown off. She was just trying to get a pardon. And allegedly you was trying to get a pardon. See, now I can speak on these things because I don't have no loyalty to you no more. The conversation that I had with Odell about you going to Mar-a-Lago in January, because, you know, you took your ass over there, what was it, 2 weeks after you tried to do the humiliation ritual on me on February 9th. When we had that conversation on Instagram and on the regular phone, he says, sis, don't you think it's a good idea? I said, hell no. Hell no. Trump don't fuck with us. Trump don't like black people. I said, all he's gonna do is use her to try to get votes and shit like he does all the time. He just uses minorities to get people to vote. I said, I don't think it's a good idea at all. Especially if she's saying that, you know, people are trying to kill her. And she has warrants. He's like, but yeah, don't you think it would look good, her having the president, you know, supporting her? I said, president grab him by the pussy? The same man who's been accused of rape before he became president? The same man who overly sexualizes his own daughter? No, I don't think it's a good idea. But I said, but what's the real reason she wants to go? Miss, I'm a Black Panther and I report to Fred Hampton. Shoot, I can't even say that shit without laughing. You know Malcolm and them don't fuck with you. Malcolm X and them, they can't stand your black ass. The way you keep misrepresenting the Black Panthers. You think a Black Panther would ever go coon for Trump? No, because they not no house niggas. They're advocates specifically for survivors of sexual abuse. And a participation award labeled as a Defender of Freedom Award that you received from the Trump administration is also definitely not a flex, considering that you have provided zero advocacy for any survivor of sexual abuse, not even on your own show. You weren't even an advocate for Tammy Wallace, my nigga. Like, come on, bruh. The first survivor on your show, you fucked her over publicly. Actually, you didn't do it publicly. She put you on blast publicly. I was so glad she did. See, people like you are disgusting. The shit you said to Goomba, I think I will play that video tonight to remind the people of why I say the things that I say about you. The reason I say the things I say about you, Jaguar, is because I'm highly disappointed in you. We all are. You were supposed to be the voice for victims. You actually were. And instead of doing that, you clout chased for AdSense deposits on YouTube. For the longest time, I would get so angry when people would speak on Giovanni. I would get angry when they would speak on your son. But the more research I did about your story about Giovanni, and the more I listened to your living son, Sam, say that you sacrificed him. That's your son who's lived with you, who's been around you. See, people can say, well, Just D, you don't know. You've never been around Jaguar. I can tell you about conversations we've had privately, offline. She clearly recorded conversations without my consent. So yeah, you can say I'm an observer, I'm an outsider looking in, but your son, who lived with you for the majority of his life, he knows everything you did. There's a reason he ran a CASHAPP platform. There's a reason he ran a Danny Robertson. Your own blood felt safer with strangers than with you. That speaks volumes. Your own son knows you're full of shit when you claim to be an advocate. See, I and so many others wanted to believe that you actually were coming against Jay-Z and Diddy and all these elite predators, only to find out you were right there with them, participating in the bullshit, allegedly. The voicemail recordings to Goomba, not alleged. That was you. That was you, my nigga. Now, you tried to say that CASHAPP AI'd Sam when he called you a profane prostitute and spoke on how you were used by the music industry to be a sacrificial lamb, how you sacrifice people, and he said you spilled blood in y'all's own fucking family. Your son said that. Not me, your blood. Your baby boy that grew up with you and around you. The same one you exploited on YouTube when you guys went through the eviction and he was standing outside with your mom in the heat. I'm inclined to believe Sam. You know, your son that lived with you, that knows you best, that knows you better than me and everybody else. Do I stand 10 toes down on my analysis of Storm Monroe's footage? 1000%, which is why that nigga took that shit down. And just because it appears that him and possibly allegedly Trasha K AI altered that does not make you innocent. That does not make you innocent, because once I heard that shit on the voicemails of Goomba, I was like, oh, she's a part of this shit, 1000%. And I keep wondering, there's been, you know, you went to New York when Diddy's hearing came up. You follow all these stories. You do all the publicity, but you do zero to advocate for survivors. You do zero to help them heal. See, I'm actually starting a nonprofit organization called Forever Freedom. We're going to have excavationists. We're going to have former military personnel that know how to dig and go underground and find Operation Rescue the Children. See, I'm not just talking about this shit and showing y'all. I'm actually putting forth action to help rescue the children, and let's get them rehabilitated. Forever Freedom will be in every state in America and in every country outside of America. This is a global problem. It's not just an American problem. This is a global problem. 12 million children, and that was as of April of 2025. 12 million. That premonition I had, I saw over 400,000 kids being pulled out of the ground, rescued. My foundation's going to do that. You are doing nothing but running your fucking mouth on all these goddamn platforms on YouTube who are only using you for clicks and views. You ain't doing shit to advocate for nobody. You don't even deserve that fake ass award. But baby, keep it, because it don't mean shit. That award holds the same value as that Trump fucking citizen card that don't mean shit. What means shit is helping these people heal, not exploiting them for clicks and views. And how the fuck you gonna threaten Tammy Wallace because she didn't want to do a part 3 when you promoted that so much? Oh, my first real survivor on the Jaguar Wright show. She told the truth. She spilled the tea about you. She said you were demanding, you were hard to work with, you weren't listening to her. You were trying to dominate. You always try to, look, if you want to dominate somebody, dominate Odell. I already seen the pictures of him with the face mask on and all y'all little freaky shit. And ain't nothing, look, be kinky, ain't nothing wrong with it. But dominate that nigga. Don't try to dominate survivors who have already been traumatized. You, in the space that you're in, you are supposed to be helping these people heal, not further traumatizing them. What the fuck? And for as long as I supported you and promoted you on this platform is the exact reason why your ass is being investigated. Because see, one thing I'm not going to do is listen to other people's opinions and, well, they said this and they said that. I told everybody, I said, if she's full of shit, God's going to reveal it, and God did just that. And everything I've researched about you, you're connected to all these people. You're connected to the wrong people. And you're supportive of the wrong people. I honestly dare you to present one victim from Epstein this year. And not somebody you paid to say they were a victim. A real victim who's bringing receipts, evidence of the abuse. You know what that's going to do? It's going to expose those who are still doing this shit. But when people are a part of it, they go out of their way to cause distractions. That's why you do all this YouTube drama. That's why you brought your ass to my channel. Or rather, they sent you to my channel thinking y'all was going to silence me, and you didn't. Yes, it hurt. I'm grateful for that hurt. That hurt was a wake-up call. I saw it before you did it. I saw it in January, what you was going to do. I still supported you. I kept praying, Lord, let her repent and come out of this. But you didn't. You further continued to support predators. Donald Trump is a fucking predator. This is worse than just you cooning on some house nigga shit. It's you supporting an alleged sex offender. A man who, again, said if his daughter, if Ivanka wasn't my daughter, I would date her. The man who has been named in the Epstein Files as raping young girls and threatening to kill them. That's who you support? But not the victims, right? Full of shit, bro. And you know what I found out and what I saw? Your ass is about to be exposed by the very people you close to. The very people you are closest to are the ones that are gonna expose you, and I can't wait. Oh, I can't wait for that day. I sure cannot. Andrew said it's all about selling your soul and making others do the same. That's what she said. Y'all remember that? She said that on this platform, on Panel with Me. She said the thing is they make you do something bad one time and then they hold it over your head and they keep making you do it until you say no. And she claimed that was the reason they were after her, because she said no. But what I was told was that you were allegedly a part of all of this, and when you didn't get what you wanted in terms of money, you started snitching. And from there, all of a sudden, you're this advocate. Okay. Allegedly. You started snitching. Oh, yeah, no, CPS fucks kids up. Definitely. Neptune, that reminds me of when the R. Kelly tape came out and people were probably seeing that they seen that video appeared for one that should be illegal because a minor was in it. Right. And they sat up there and said, well, the girl, she liked it. She agreed to it. And they sold the sex tape. The girl was 14. She was a victim. For sure. Said Danny's in the files. Well, that shows he's guilty for sure now. He said, you know that Big Gene has said Jay-Z was messing with young girls back in the day. I remember him saying that. But here's the thing about Gene Deal. And Lord knows I do not like no nuts. Manchichi, no nuts so ugly. No, I don't fuck with no nuts. But as a actual psychic, when he was screaming to Gene Deal, what about the young man that said you held him down? Gene Deal's face, his whole face changed. He became very evil. The whole look on his face became very demonic. And Gene Deal never denied what No Nuts said. I always said, I don't believe he's innocent. See, here's the thing. Ain't no fucking way him and Jaguar could know all this shit and have been around all this shit and didn't participate and or witness or watch the shit. The only way you could know that is to have firsthand knowledge and or experience. Now, I don't believe Gene's innocent. Spiritually, I don't. And I believe he will be exposed probably this year. And I believe by 2027, he's going to be investigated. He says, it's funny you brought up Lizzo because she also had some allegations made against her by her backup dancers a couple of years ago. Right. Do y'all remember that? Do y'all remember when Lizzo's backup dancers accused her of sexually harassing them and some of them said she allegedly essayed them? And now all of a sudden she's defending Jay-Z and Diddy, thinking that's going to advance her music career. It's not. See, people, the Most High is coming for them. These are God's, exactly. These are God's children. This is not a game. He said South Park next episode is going all in on Pam Bondi. Stupid ass Jasmine Crockett put her in her place. She sure did. Jasmine, she checked her real good. Archangel Michael, good to see you. Said hi, just D. Long time no see. Delusions are right through the industry and film. D, keep up the good work. Thank you. Appreciate your support. Thank you for coming in respectful. The guy with Epstein. Sorry, y'all. I'm getting caught up on the comments. Let me go back. Are you talking about on here? Usually under the picture they have the title. I wonder if I can search. Oh, they don't have image search on here. Okay. God, I know that guy's face. I think he's one of the Israel prime ministers. Or is that? That might be Ehud. Hold on. That might be Ehud Barak. I think that's who that is. Give me a second. What do you mean the site can't be reached? Are you serious? Bruh, I clicked on Ehud Barak's hyperlink and it says the site can't be reached. Y'all so full of shit. They are so full of shit. Hold on. Let me just type his name in the search. Yeah, I do believe that's him. Yeah. Let me go back. I think that's him. Kind of looks like the same guy, just without the mustache. I do think that is probably Ehud. Is he digging in his nose? You know what? It looks like him. I think that's who that is. Andrew said, yup, it would be great to have black people to look up to, but not these ones. Demons are hurting kids. Right, and that's my thing. Like, the whole, they're trying to bring a good black man down. Well, that's only relevant when it's an actual good black man. And clearly Jay-Z is not. Jay-Z hasn't done shit for the culture. He really hasn't. He says SpongeBob SquarePants address on his license. If you put into Google Maps, it is Epstein Island. True fact. What? Wow. I'm definitely gonna look that up. Yeah. Right. Exactly. Because I mentioned Hillary role in Pizzagate and gathering adrenochrome. People always call you conspiracy theorists when they don't want to believe. He said, I only knew that because you mentioned it last year on one of your live streams. I sure did. I sure as shit did. I've been talking about this. That's what I'm saying. Like, Jack can come to my channel and steal content. And look, I've been on it. I've been researching all this because one thing I've known about Jay-Z Carter is that he is really good at making business connections with people who they clearly y'all will cover for each other. But at the end of the day, like I said, this case, this RICO case, has nothing to do with any one-on-one victim. So he can't say, oh, this person's lying to me. Oh, they're making it up. This is a lawsuit, sir, involving you and the entire board. And at the end of the day, these are very serious accusations. If he actually gets convicted of this, he's done. He's already in his 50s. He gets convicted of this. He gets, 20, possibly 25 years. You spend the rest of your life in jail, just like Diddy. Straight up. Because, yeah, again, it says it alleges Cash App was exploited for a range of criminal activities, money laundering, child abuse, sex trafficking, drug trafficking, and even funding terrorist groups. According to the complaint, Block's leadership ignored clear warning signs and misled shareholders about the app's safety and compliance with anti-money laundering laws. See, this is how they cover things up. Oh, we have an anti-money laundering law. We couldn't possibly be guilty. Meanwhile, sweep shit under the rug. Just like with the trafficking. Do y'all know that a lot of these churches have underground tunnels in them? That allegedly a lot of children are being trafficked through these mega churches? What better way to hide trafficking than through a fucking church? The one place you would never think to look. It's insane. Jay-Z joined Block's board in 2021 after the company acquired Tidal, his music streaming platform. You know what? For $237.3 million. Let me read that one more again. Jay-Z joined Block's board in 2021 after the company acquired Tidal, his music streaming platform, for $237.3 million. So, Block acquires Tidal, Jay-Z joins the board. Sounds about right. And he came up on a good $237.3 million, which you definitely needed that come up after the $500K loss you took with the damn pre-rolled mid J's that wasn't nobody finna buy and or smoke because they don't stay lit. As a director, he was expected to help oversee corporate governance, including compliance with legal standards. The lawsuit claims he and his fellow board members failed to implement strong safeguards, allowing Cash App's alleged misuse to spiral out of control. While specific actions by Jay-Z aren't detailed in public reports, his board position ties him to the collective responsibility now under fire. So May 1st, 2024, federal prosecutors began investigating Cash App for processing transactions linked to terrorist groups and sanctioned nations. November, Block instructed employees not to discuss Jay-Z on internal forums, hinting at brewing tensions. Says January 17th, the company settled with 48 states for $80 million over AML violations just weeks before the lawsuit hit. February 5th, 2025, Patel filed the lawsuit, escalating the fallout. Block's troubles don't end at the case. The company settled a case in the case of users of the Cash App in a data breach by making a payout worth $15 million on August 10th, 2024. The previous day, the state settled. January 16th, 2025, the company settled a case worth $175 million in the case of failure to suppress fraud in the platform from the Consumer Finance Protection Bureau. The incidents are symptomatic of a pattern of operation and regulation issues preceding the lawsuit. For Jay-Z, the case is both personal and commercial. A guilty verdict or settlement could sully his image as a corporate heavyweight built through enterprises like Roc Nation and Tidal. For 50 million users at Cash App, the issue concerns the security of the app. The case also raises question about the regulation of pay apps, in which the rate of expansion runs ahead of regulation. Experts wonder if other celebrities will think twice about tech board appointments in light of this. So, Jay-Z, when I told y'all in 2025 that this motherfucker was being investigated for sex trafficking and child abuse, a lot of that was not only starting with this lawsuit, but even outside of this lawsuit. And sir, again, for all the money you have, I'm definitely gonna need your nappy roots that you dyed. What's the color in a 1B? Because I used to wear hair weave before I used to, not wear my afro. The Roots is given 1B dye. You know, it's given the female black hair dye, because your ass was old as hell. Your hair is definitely not still all the way black. The Roots is given a 1B, and these ugly ass Timu ass dreads is definitely given a number 4. Okay, so we know that this is fake. This is not your hair. Okay, I can see it. I'm gonna need you, sir, to get your shit together. For you being a black billionaire, you're looking kind of, it's given broke bitch behavior hair. Okay, I'm gonna need you to stop. And I think before you worry about people calling you a Satanist on social media, sir, you need to be concerned with this lawsuit. This shit will have your ass put away forever. Which, quite honestly, you deserve that. And that honestly just needs to happen expeditiously. Speaking of Jay-Z, here's his bestie, Marina Ambervick. Y'all remember Marina? Okay, get off my screen with that bullshit. Y'all remember Marina? She's also named in the Epstein Files. Interesting, right? Jay-Z and Marina both in the Epstein Files, right along with Beyonce. Let's get to that, because I know I kind of got distracted because I don't understand. I do understand. We have Jeffrey Epstein. Can we get rid of this? Can that go away? Thank you. We got Jeffrey Epstein, lessons from the Jay-Z business model. See, the black people that are obsessed with Jay-Z and Beyonce, oh my God, you guys are making such a big, I've seen all the comments today on Instagram. You guys are making such a big deal about this, and Jay-Z did nothing wrong, and where's the crime? Here go Lizzo. Where's the crime? She really shamed our race today, because a white lady had to point out to her, baby, here's the crime. He's being accused of sexual abuse, and how the fuck you don't see that is appalling. How do you not see what's wrong with it? And then Chrissy Teigen's nasty ass too. Talking about eating humans and eating babies and just stupid shit. Hold on, where is that? Okay, I don't think it was on here. Hold up. Wait, did she get, she must have got weight loss surgery. Because I for damn sure don't remember her being that small. Oh, she must have got weight loss surgery. Wow. So yeah, Lizzo pulls Epstein Files video defending Jay-Z as abuse lawsuit against her. And see, this one I didn't even look up till just now. That is so interesting. Now we see why she's defending him. Her lawsuit's re-emerging. Interesting. Controversy erupts as Lizzo's social post defending Jay-Z and the Epstein Files draws ire while her ex-dancer lawsuit continues to evolve. This is dated. Y'all check out the date. February 2nd. Check out the date. Check out the motherfucking date. Check out the motherfucking date, bruh. Every time it comes back to this fucking calendar, bro. Every time. Candlemas and Satanic Rebels. Boy, I cannot make this shit up if I wanted to. This is crazy. Yeah, singer and rapper Lizzo ignited a social media firestorm after posting and swiftly deleting a TikTok video defending Jay-Z following the release of the unsealed Epstein Files. The TikTok, posted on February 1st, the day before Candlemas, and removed hours later, urged followers not to assume guilt simply because a name appears in the documents made public by the U.S. Department of Justice under the Epstein Files Transparency Act, which on January 30th, 2026 saw the release of over 3 million pages relating to financier financier, Jeffrey Epstein's criminal network and social circle. The controversy arrives at a perilous moment for the Grammy winner as her ongoing legal battle with three former backup dancers, Ariana Davis, Crystal Williams, and Noel Rodriguez, returns to the spotlight in the Los Angeles. Again, there go LA. One more again. Lizzo's deleted TikTok attempted to contextualize rapper Jay-Z's mention in rapper Jay-Z's mention the Epstein Files, stressing that presence in the documents does not in itself equate to implication in crimes. In her post, Lizzo urged followers not to jump to conclusions about public figures named in the files. It sounds like, Lizzo, you're on the payroll. Just like Kalina Harper, when she went public defending Diddy against Don Richard and claiming that she never witnessed Diddy do anything inappropriate. Everybody at the Diddy parties were ready and willing and, you know, consenting. Critics on social media, however, interpreted the post as an attempt to shield powerful entertainers from scrutiny, prompting sharp backlash and her decision to delete the video hours later. Lizzo is currently facing backlash for defending Jay-Z and implying that the Epstein Files aren't a reliable source to hold people accountable. Well, ma'am, if that evidence is not sufficient to, you know, hold people accountable, do you need to see a video of him raping the girl? I mean, like, for real. What's gonna be a reliable source? And it's making you look very guilty as a woman who has been accused herself of sexual harassment and sexual assault. You defending predators makes you appear to be a predator, because predators of a feather and perverts of a feather flock the fuck together. That inclusion of a name in the Epstein Files, which many of which consist of FBI tips, third-party reports, and ancillary communications, does not constitute an investigation or wrongdoing. I don't know why, but this photo just made me want to vomit in my mouth. Everything about him is disgusting. So Lizzo, I think you might have just canceled yourself, ma'am. And I think, Lizzo, maybe you don't do research, because I think if you knew about this shit, you maybe wouldn't be defending, you know, Jay-Z right now. Jay-Z, your ass is going to jail. In case you ain't know, you going to jail. I do believe Epstein is still alive. I genuinely do. Now, Beyonce in the Epstein Files. Let me show y'all that. So the first thing was Jeffrey Epstein, you know, talking about lessons from the Jay-Z business model. He said extremely clever. Notice how all the rest of this shit is redacted. And as a person who does JavaScript and HTML and CSS coding, I'm just wondering why was there so much of dev tools displayed in these emails? It's just quite interesting. He said, speaking of Cat Williams, I need to confirm some information about him, but I asked you. Okay. He said there's a good body inside the American government, not politicians. They come and go. Only commissioned men stay. And God damn it. Will you get that off my screen? Thank you. An admiral gave her the award. Trump doesn't have a clearance to award it. Yeah, but regardless, the award was bullshit. It was bullshit. And I know you still support Jaguar, but you do know on this platform, I'm gonna speak my truth. That award was bullshit. Jaguar has never been an advocate for any survivor of sexual abuse. She may have had his known boy. Thank you. I appreciate that. I appreciate that. When it comes to Nick can eat a dick and choke on it. That's my perspective. Nick Mountain Goat Productions took her bitch ass to every platform and lied on me, slandered and defamed me, called me a scammer, called me a fake psychic, did everything she could to get my attention, and I refused to entertain her. So there will be no reuniting nor reconnecting with Nick Mountain Goat Productions. In fact, Nick, you need to get an attorney. I can't sue Murph because unfortunately he died. But all of you involved in the events on February 9th, that includes Jaguar, Odell, Maggie, Nick. Who else was on that platform? Steph, Plotter. Oh, and RC117, Ralph Calderon. All of you guys are getting sued. Just so you know. So, no, when it comes to Nick, eat a dick and choke on it, bitch. I will never, ever, 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 ever have a conversation with you ever again in life. Forgiven, but fuck with you again? No ma'am, no ham, no turkey. Your ass is getting sued. Period. I have the ultimate receipt about Jaguar Ride, and the only clue anyone gets is a dice in a lolly bag. You work that out. You will understand I keep my promises. I said I will protect her. You too, D. Archangels for all. Okay. He said, where I work used to be an old church before being turned into apartments, and they are doing major remodeling, and my boss found a tunnel under the concrete floor. See, I told you. These big churches, especially like definitely over in Rome, like the Vatican, they have like that labyrinth network of tunnels is very real, and it does connect to Magic Kingdom, and it connects to allegedly Epstein Island, and it connects to Diddy's and Oprah's properties and Harvey Weinstein's, allegedly. Why do you think Diddy went white hair? As for Jay-Z, alias Pretty Boy Floyd, I remember the lady saying a year ago that he will face justice in 2 years. True, but see, she's also gonna face justice. Oh, she's on Ozempic. That makes sense. Not to mention she took your voice singing and posted your song as her own. Exactly, and she continued to record my voice without my permission. Nick is going to get sued. Like, it's amazing me a year later how everyone's energy is shifted. Everybody who participated in that humiliation ritual against me on February 9th that Jaguar led on her channel have all either died or have gotten their karma. And there's going to be more deaths. In fact, I found out from my homegirl, y'all remember I told you when I first lost my job in February 2024, and I moved in with this couple that was a part of our friend group, and I found out that the money I gave them, they were fucking off on drugs and meth. And I told you guys about how the female kept talking shit about me on the phone over and over and over, and that night she did that, her husband got into a wreck and almost died, right? Remember I told y'all that? And remember I told you guys that I prayed with them regardless of that happening. Tell me why she just died 4 days ago. I keep telling people, you come for me, you are not prepared to deal with the spiritual protection that I have. I will never do you harm, but my ancestors will fuck you up. And sometimes they will take you out. The wages of sin is death. Coming against the chosen, you don't come against me, you come against the God that I represent. Everybody talking about Yeshua was meek and lowly. Yeshua was a thug. The true Christ was a whole thug. Was not one to be fucked with. This is now the second person who has shitted on me that has died. And there's about to be 4 more deaths. I've seen every last one of y'all's funerals. Grace ain't finna be around, and Odell, you gonna be lucky if you survive, because I saw it clear as day. This is not a death threat. This is a spiritual warning. I saw this shit in the 5th dimension. I saw Odell get shot in Oakland. I saw it. Some niggas ran up on him, snuck him, shot him. And I saw Grace get brutally murdered. Grace was the main one casting spells and doing dark magic with Jaguar against me. Talking about what the fuck y'all saw. I saw both you bitches. I saw everything you did. I even saw you and Grace use a young boy as a medium to channel to come against me. And that young boy told y'all that the angels and ancestors said if y'all don't stop, they were going to kill you. Not me. The ancestors that protect and guard me. I'm protected by angels of heaven and the angels of earth. Thou believest there is one God, thou doest well. Even the demons believe and tremble. Do you know that the demons, that they actually protect the chosen? When you come against us in the dark, they go into spiritual warfare on our behalf. Once you have dominion over your demons, you can command them. Jaguar, right? I was your spiritual protection the whole time you were on my channel. I went into spiritual warfare for you on this platform and off of this platform. When those demons were beating you up in your sleep and you thought it was Odell and you swung on him, y'all were both shocked that I knew that. I saw it. Empath, clairvoyant, clairaudient, clairsentient, psychic medium. I feel, see, hear, and know everything. You can't hide shit from me. That same woman that was talking that shit that her husband crashed, 2222. Thank you, angels, for confirming this. That's time on the live calendar, the live right now, 2222. That same woman that was standing outside that door of that bedroom talking cash money shit while she was high off her ass on meth. Let me tell you how she died. She was walking across the street and a car came out of nowhere and struck her and killed her instantly. She's dead. I did her no harm. I prayed for her and I prayed for her husband. See, a true high vibrational high priestess, I'm never going to do you harm. I'm going to do what God told me to do, which is to pray for your healing. But if you don't choose to repent, oh, they're coming for your ass and they're coming for your soul. They don't play about me. So I would hope all of y'all that's still talking shit that you would think twice. Because you may not be able to speak no more. Especially if you don't exist on this earth. She was killed like that. And the same husband that had the crash, from what I was told, because I'm not on my old Facebook page. They said he's doing GoFundMe's trying to come up with money to bury her. Ain't nobody going to her funeral. Everybody we know she fucked over, stole from, did the same shit to them that she did to me. When you choose not to repent and you choose to keep coming against the true chosen, when I pray that prayer of protection that any energy rising up against me shall fall by the wayside immediately and be destroyed by itself, and let chaos and confusion come about their lives, and let death and hell follow their own evil intentions back, I'm reversing back every negative thing you have said, done, and intended towards me, and I'm reversing it back, and guess what's coming for you? Death and hell. It's not a game. Spiritual warfare is very real. I have successfully cast out demons out of people. I have performed exorcisms successfully. I'm not one to play with. I'm not afraid of the dark because I have conquered the dark. And I can use the dark to my benefit when you come against me. That's the only time I do that shit. Outside of that, I don't fuck with the dark. I don't practice dark magic, but I will reverse your energy right back to you. And the moment I put you in the hands of my angels and ancestors, spirit guides, and ascended masters, it's a wrap. It's out of my hands, and it's a wrap for you unless you repent. And Jaguar, this is the last year that God is going to tell you to repent. I've been praying for Sam. because he's teetering between light and dark because of you. Because of your influence, not his father's, yours. Your son can be chosen by God to be an actual advocate, unlike you. Or he can follow in your footsteps, but somehow I don't believe he's going to. Grace had the audacity to tell me that the vision that I had of Giovanni was fake. She convinced Jaguar of that last year. I don't know shit about your son. Never did any research on him. Honestly, I never even knew his name until you came to my platform. And until I heard you talking about him. Anytime a dead person channels me, it's because they want me to give a message to their relative. Everything I told you about your son, I got directly from him. Grace saw the evil form of Giovanni because she saw his familiar spirit, because she's in the dark. You were spewing things out of your mouth. You sounded so demonic because you were being influenced by demons. My son said you were a snake. No, baby, I was your protection. Nobody else on YouTube ever prayed for you, with you. Not even Tanya Rubin went into spiritual warfare. She might have prayed for you, but she never went into spiritual warfare for you the way that I did. Because I knew those demons. I knew where they were coming from. From your participation, allegedly, and I'm only saying allegedly for the sake of YouTube, but spiritually, I know you was a part of that shit. For your participation in these very satanic rituals. For you witnessing and aiding and abetting people being raped and trafficked. Now, you said that out of your own mouth. Do y'all should I play the video of what she said to Goomba? Should I play that for the non-believers that still want to support and think that, you know, we're all lying on her? I think I should play that video. You threatened Goomba's mother with murder. You said she was going to be chopped up. You threatened his new girlfriend and her children with being raped and bullets put in their head. And then you turn around and go to Mar-a-Lago, of all places, and Mar-a-Lago has also been identified as a place where young girls were allegedly trafficked. Can't wonder, what is this sudden fascination with Trump? Because birds and feathers flock together. Mar-a-Lago has been accused of being a hub for trafficking children. And you took your ass there and cooned for that white man that said he does not like niggers or spics. Those were his words, not mine. Your president. Your president who said you can just grab women by the pussy. Your president who said if Ivanka wasn't his daughter, he would date her. Your president who said 14 years old is a good age for giving consent for sex. Energy only aligns where it's comfortable. Your visit to Mar-a-Lago was much deeper than that fake ass award. And you know it, and I know it. I know what you and Trump discussed. I know what you were hiding. And I know what he is hiding. But I'm going to let God expose y'all. And it's going to happen this year. And to top it off, threatened to stage it so Goomba Yvette had a PTSD moment and snapped. Exactly. I think I am going to play that. Just real quick. Let's just, you know, for the sake of people wondering. Oh, and I'm going to show y'all this video too of a woman who talks about witnessing a human sacrifice. Like she actually escaped a human sacrifice. Because one thing I'm tired of, this is not about hate, this is not about jealousy, baby. I don't look that fake ass award mean as much as the shit I flushed down the toilet. That it ain't about that. It's about exposing you for the fucking liar that you are. Because I supported you for so fucking long, believing you were a real advocate like many women did. And I owe it to myself and everybody else to prove that you're full of shit publicly. The same way you tried to fucking destroy me, the same way you tried to come and do all this shit, now I'm gonna put your ass on blast. There it is. Found it. All right, this video that I'm about to show y'all, I was sent, God, when was I sent this? This was last April. I still don't really know who this person is. Oh wait, yeah, I do. This was Miss Williams that sent this to me. And I remember at the time I was like, even though she had did the shit she did in February, it was quite honestly very unbelievable. I was like, she didn't really, she really just said this shit. So this is about exposing you for who you are. As I told y'all, God was gonna do. I said, God's gonna expose everybody who's pretending and lying and acting like they weren't a part of this shit. Now, this video, let me go back. This is posted by Moon Eyes World. She hashtag Legina Gold, the one I call Linguini Gold. Another one, another person who claimed they were a victim that Jaguar shitted on. This was posted April 6th of 2023, so almost 2 years ago. Not even 2 years ago. Now this person's claiming that Jaguar and Legina Gold were scamming and claiming that Legina is Aaliyah's unconfirmed daughter for cash apps. Jaguar is threatening Goomba's girlfriend and children. Says her last video was taken down for bullying. Well, it's not really bullying when it's evidence. It's bullying when it's not. Like the fuck shit you do to everybody. I'm gonna temporarily pause the background music so it doesn't interfere. Well, I don't think there's music on here. I want to keep it because of, and trigger warning, this is very it's very volatile and graphic in terms of what she's saying. Okay, let's get past the intro. Baby, your intro is... Okay, let's get past that. All right.
Listen to me, you fucking coward.
Y'all let me know if you can hear this. If you can't hear it, I'll temporarily pause the background music. I just want to leave it on because it's a 741 hertz music that cancels out negativity, and this is a very negative frequency that she's on. Matter of fact, y'all let me know in the chat if you can hear the audio on this well while the music's playing. Put a 1 in the chat. If you can't, put a 2.
You need to call me immediately. You are now
Pause. Okay. I genuinely hate feeling this frequency with you. You're very low frequency on this. You're gonna get that unfortunate bitch and her kids killed. Pause. Why do the kids have anything to do with this? This nigga left you for another female because he saw y'all were toxic. Let's be real. Even the little YouTube show that you and Goomba had, which is why I'd only think I watched maybe one episode of it. I was like, yeah, they're toxic. Just like the shit with you and Tokyo Tony. The toxic shit I was never there for. Even on Storm's channel, when you got too toxic, I would just click off. You mad at him because he left you for another female. Any woman with self-love and self-worth, one, ain't fighting for a nigga that cheats on her and leaves her for another bitch. That's number one. Number two, the chasing after him, the maniacal messages, the frequency that you're on. You talking about he's gonna get his new girlfriend and her kids killed? How, Sway? And I don't understand you as a mother who's lost a son. Now, the streets is saying you allegedly sacrificed Giovanni. For the longest time, I didn't believe that shit when I was supporting you. I was like, no, I don't believe she would sacrifice her son. After hearing this shit and what your own son, Sam, said about you, and he said you sacrificed Giovanni, I wouldn't put it past you now. Not at all.
Fucking call me back, bitch!
You're screaming in the phone. You're gonna get that unfortunate bitch and her kids killed. Then you scream like a maniac, fucking call me back, bitch. Can you see why he left you? I don't think you can see when you... This is beyond mania. You're demon possessed. Legion and many others are attached to you throughout this whole situation. Just like when you threw them ashes on him, you were possessed by demons. Solar couldn't even get you to come down or calm down. And allegedly they said your ass was rolling. See, people who abuse drugs, see, cannabis, weed, and gummies does not make you angry. It makes you very calm. It makes you hungry, a little tired. It doesn't make you angry. Powder and pills do, though. And so does alcohol. And you forever got a red Solo cup in your hand every time you're online. Why do you think they call alcohol spirits? This sounds like you probably was drunk and you probably was rolling. And you could have possibly been, you might have been snow diving, you might have been snowblading, allegedly. But it sounds like you are either heavily under the influence or heavily mentally not well, and or possibly both. And probably, definitely you were drunk, because on quite a few of these you said you were at the bar. This is actually very sad. A grown-ass woman acting like some jealous teenage girl who's mad that her boyfriend has a new girlfriend. That's what this shit's giving. And it's giving an extreme lack of self-worth and self-love. You really need to heal. Like, genuinely, you need to heal. Because this shit is crazy.
Happy. The bitch is out. The bitch fucking put that shit up on fucking Twitter. You fucking brought that trash into my motherfucking life. You ain't even worth a bullet.
Let's run that back. That's why I turn on the captions.
You ain't even worth the bullet.
You ain't even worth the bullet. She's going from manic to sad to threatening to kill. You complained about how the state of Texas won't allow you to own a gun. You don't need to own a gun. You're considered, in the medical field, they would consider you a danger to yourself or others. See, I went through this with my sister who's bipolar schizophrenic when we had to have her admitted to a mental health facility because she became a danger to herself and others. She needed help. She was fighting the police, swinging on police, threatening to kill people, like the same shit you doing. Now, I don't know if that's your issue. I don't know if you're bipolar schizophrenic. But what I know, I feel, and hear, this is a spiritual issue. This is demonic possession, spiritually. I feel it, I hear it, I see it, I know it. And the reason it's easy for you to become possessed, Jaguar, is because when you pledged to Baphomet, those demons never left you. When you would call me saying, D, I need you to pray for me and pray with me, they're fighting me again. They're fighting me in my sleep. I'm waking up with bruises. I went into spiritual warfare for you. My sleep was impacted by your sleep. That's how much I cared. When people came for you online, I went into spiritual warfare for you. When you fell into a low frequency of depression and you were crying and drinking on the phone, I went into spiritual warfare for you. For you to tell your ex that he's not worth the bullet sounds like premeditated murder, like conspiracy to murder. This is a case. I don't understand for the life of me why the fuck your ass ain't in jail. Goomba was definitely a piece of shit. I'll never ever forget when he just pulled back and just stole on you like you was a nigga. I have no respect for him whatsoever. But this shit is nuts. This is crazy. Call me back, bitch. That was a demon. That was multiple demons coming out of you saying that shit. So one has to wonder, what are you doing to feed those demons for them to remain attached to you? They make you said this on my platform, they make you do something bad one time and then they keep making you do it. Satanic ritual abuse. I believe that's the thing that you claimed they made you do. Because everything you're saying on this shit sounds very ritualistic.
Fucking disloyal piece of shit. That's running the show, huh? So the both of you can run it in jail and in hell.
This is the mess.
Both of you can run it in jail and in hell. You know what's so crazy? You spoke that over him and her. Sounds like that might be what you're dealing with.
That I gotta continue to deal with after having a great show on Google Channel.
I remember that tone right there. Do you know what you've done? Do y'all remember when y'all told me she did that 12-hour live about Odell last year? What was it, a couple months after she did the whole humiliation ritual on me? And y'all remember when you told me that, what was his name? Was it Joe Curry? Something Curry. He had a screen recording of it. She had that, I mean, the same tone, the same cry. Odell, do you know what you've done? It hurt me to have to record you. What that means is that it's the same demon manifesting through her. Because how is it the same tone, same cry, same voice 2 years before, and then you did the same thing to Odell? And what was that dude's name that was talking to the other ex that was with Cat Medusa? The one where he says she faked the pregnancy after they broke up. And she did the video where she was saying, I'm going to tell the whole world that you got me pregnant. And I thought she was talking about Odell, and y'all was like, nah, it was some other ex. This is a person who becomes under possession of demonic forces and acts from that frequency. You know, a lot of people say they black out when demons take over them. They don't remember the shit they said or did. My sister didn't remember kicking my oldest sister in the stomach while she was pregnant when she blacked out and them demons was on her. And I had to jump in the middle of them and push my other sister off, my pregnant sister. She didn't remember that because she was in mania with the bipolar schizophrenic shit. She was manic and she was hearing voices from all the different demons, aka personalities or personas. The fact that this woman's voice has changed at least 6 times and we're only 2 minutes into this video is very telling. See, here's the thing. When you fuck around in this area of satanic ritual abuse and you pledge your soul to deities like Baphomet and Molech and Lucifer and Satan and all the low frequency deities, what they're going to do is this type of shit here. They're going to use you on that low frequency to carry out what they want you to do. And then they're going to destroy you. Demons exploit your vulnerabilities. They were exploiting her vulnerabilities throughout this entire situation. That's why she went from call me back, bitch, to being real calm, to crying. These are manifestations of entities, multiple entities. I've seen this in real life, up close and personal, with people that I've cast demons out of. And here's the other thing too, people need to understand. A demon cannot take possession of you unless you give it permission to. Literally, it can't. You have to give it permission. So one has to wonder, what was Jaguar doing that gave these demons permission to speak through her? Well, what we know from those of y'all that have been following me for over a year, every time I brought up the satanic ritual calendar when Jaguar was on panel with me, if y'all remember Jaguar jumping off panel every single time I brought this calendar up, please put the letter J in the chat. Every time we was on panel talking about the satanic ritual abuse and Diddy and Jay-Z and Pierce Morton and all that, the minute I brought this calendar up, she found an excuse. Even if Odell was still on panel with us, she would always find an excuse to jump off panel. Odell would stay, she wouldn't. It always felt like, damn, is she running from guilt? You can't possibly be scared of the satanic ritual calendar. Well, if a person finds themselves on the calendar, then yeah, they just might run every time you put that shit in their face.
woman that you love so much, your number one girl, your mother, is gonna cut this bitch up.
She's talking about his mother. I would always wonder when she said, even when we were aligned, I would be like, sis, who is they? When you keep saying they are coming for you or they are going to come for me because I'm connected to you. They came for Ayasha and her kids. They came for Grace. They're coming for... Who the fuck is they? They. It makes sense. Makes perfect sense. Who they are. So you're crying while you're telling him that they are going to kill and chop up Goomba's mom. Okay, allegedly. Okay.
You just put death warrants on everybody's head that you know.
You just put death warrants for everybody's heads that you know. Again, why? Now, she had claimed that he said some shit against the Black Panthers and, you know, that's what this was really about. But what, and here's the thing. I'm from the home of Malcolm X. Malcolm X was born and raised in Omaha, Nebraska. I know plenty of Black Panthers in real life. Black Panthers aren't vigilante justice killing people because they're your fucking ex-Jaguar. That's not what they do. They don't write out, they don't get involved in couple disputes. So again, who the fuck is they? Because it for damn sure ain't the Black damn Panthers. And the Panthers I spoke to ain't never heard of you. Miss, I report to Fred Hampton Jr. Quiet as is kept, I heard Fred Hampton Jr. don't even know who the fuck you are. Go figure. So again, who the fuck is they? They're going to kill everyone connected to you. How do you know that? How, Sway? Because it's giving firsthand knowledge from witnessing and experiencing. There's no possible way you could have all these details if you weren't a part of this shit. If you weren't a part of they.
So that's what I gotta deal with, and that's what I just dealt with. I'm tired of these threats to my family, my mom.
Now, I don't know who this chick is, but she put on here, you've lied and scammed with Jag. You created this mess too. I ain't gonna hold y'all. Yeah, that is true. When they had that little, her and Goomba had that show on YouTube that didn't last long because it was so ratchet. That was when shit started going left for Jaguar. A lot of people that were tuning into that show, because again, I used to watch it until it just got too low vibrational and I was just like, yeah, I can't do this shit no more. It was like watching a Tubi version of wannabe Real Housewives of Atlanta with both of them acting like housewives, because Goomba definitely gave flamboyant down low energy. I was like, why is he clearly... I was like, both of them gay as hell. She's up here looking like a bush lesbian, and he's looking like a younger little Richard. And y'all trying to sell that y'all a couple. Y'all might both be bisexual, but he clearly like dick and you clearly like pussy. And y'all sitting up here doing fundraisers and shit and talking about you raising funds for this and you raising funds for that with no evidence of said fundraisers. And you had the audacity to try to deflect and say I was a scammer with no evidence. You sent people to say that they paid for psychic readings that they didn't fucking pay for. When you have a history of scamming people, allegedly, a long history of doing that on YouTube. So, on one hand, it's like, you feel empathy for Goomba, but sympathy? Nah, because he's just as fucked up as she is. Let's just be honest.
Everybody. Jackie, Jaguar, right? That's the last time you threatened my family.
Honey,
Wait, did she just say honey? Like, see, this is that crazy shit. Wait a minute. First it was call me back, bitch. Then it was the calm. Then it was the anger. Then it was the tears. Now it's honey, as if, oh my God. It's like I can barely keep up with all her damn personalities. This shit is nuts.
honey. I'm at the bar
I'm at the bar
having a drink.
having them spirits. Enabling them
I
spirits.
watched your broadcast.
Pause. You at the bar enabling them spirits and you're watching his broadcast. So the obsession with watching people that you claim you don't fuck with seems to be a pattern. When we were aligned, she would call me constantly bitching and complaining about No Nuts talking about her, about Tiggle Bitties A2 Titties talking about her, about Sean Davy Way talking about her, about Danny Robertson talking. I'm like, why do you watch these people's I asked her, I said, why do you watch their platforms? Why do you give a fuck about what these people are? They're not motherfucking factors. Like, why do you care what they say about you or what they think? But part of a person who is unhinged is the obsession with what this person thinks and what that person thinks. And that's why I don't give, me personally, I don't give a fuck. Especially like perfect strangers. Because guess what? If they talking shit about Just D Show, it's because they watching Just D Show. But this shit about you watching other people's broadcasts that you say you don't like, those are symptoms of a psychopath and a sociopath. Instead of focusing on the people that do support you, you only focus on the ones that you claim hate on you or are trolls. And it comes now, some of the people are trolls, but some of them people ain't. Some of them people supported you just like me and my platform did, and you fucked them over. But I don't understand, like, you hate this, you claim you hate this man. You're talking about they're going to kill his mom and they're going to kill his girlfriend and the kids, but you're watching. That says more about you than anything. Why the fuck are you giving it energy? What you focus on, you give your power to. Why would you even focus on that? I've never understood that. And I probably never will, because I don't think with the mind of a psychopath.
And I heard when you screamed. And you said, this is fucked up. You just sat there and let that goofy fucking bitch and that fucking liar tree lie on the Black Panthers with 1,600 people watching. You know why you couldn't go to the meeting in Chicago. Chef told you why. And now it's...
And I'm trying to figure out, was she talking about Chet, Trasha K's husband? And this whole thing about you lied on the Black Panthers. Like, what the fuck? And 1,600 people tuning in is not that big of a deal on YouTube. Like this, I'm just like, is this an imaginary scenario, or was there more that happened before this conversation? All I know is this shit is nuts.
It's a proven fact. You're a fucking idiot. And nobody can trust you because you're a fucking idiot. Because your mother trained you to be a fucking idiot so she could control you.
And then I don't understand all the voicemails. If he's not responding to you, which he probably blocked you, you started this voice message off with honey, and then you're calling him a fucking idiot. You're still talking the shit about his mama, and she trained him to be a fucking idiot. Okay. And then you wonder why this man did not want to deal with you. Like I said, he's a piece of shit too, but you a piece of work.
You just sat there and went along with a conspiracy plot against the Black Panther Party, honey.
So now she's saying he went along with a conspiracy plot against the Black Panther Party. Gerald Johnson. Okay, that's Goomba's real name. Okay. I would try to see when this was published. There's LA again. Cause yeah, this whole conspiracy against the Black Panther Party. Let's even type in 2023. Okay, FBI campaign against the Black Panther Party. Wrongful imprisonment trial. Talking about a wrongful arrest back in 1971. So I'm just saying, how, Sway? How? 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 Because, you know, I mean, I don't see any evidence of the accusation. Like, literally none. Oh, shit. What's the date on this one? June of 2024. It says Jaguar Wright has been spreading gossip, industry gossip as of late. She's also been acting out of character. Last week, the singer was arrested in Dallas on property theft charges, which I wonder how that hearing's going. It says a recent report from the Dallas County Police Department website details that singer Jaguar Wright was arrested recently for property theft. The New Jersey-born R&B hip-hop crossover artist who wowed the music world in the early 2000s apparently never returned a U-Haul truck she rented. It says Wright appeared on the Sean Davey Way show on June 6th to discuss her arrest. I remember seeing that video. It says she was arrested in Dallas on the morning of Thursday, June 6th. The charge was for theft of property ranging from $30,000 to $150,000. Pause. So the fundraiser to raise money for her legal fees. Now y'all see why. The arrest reportedly arose from an outstanding warrant Wright had on her name. It was also stated that she was released from custody after a $10,000 bond was posted in the wee hours of June 7th. And I remember that's when she was doting over Odell paying to bond her out. And that was June. They had just started dating on May 18th on her birthday. It says, however, before Wright was even bailed out, she called Sean Davey away from jail. I remember that because I think I even showed y'all that video. And I was like, he was messy for putting that phone call on air, which that is messy. If I had been locked up and I called a so-called friend about trying to help me get bailed out, and I find out that that friend aired our conversation publicly on live, I would be pretty pissed off. That's why I don't even feel sorry for her, because like she does the same shit. She records phone calls without consent and then plays them publicly. So that probably was just your karma for doing that bullshit. But said she called Sean Davey away from jail to tell him she'd been set up and that there was no legitimate charge to hold her on. Further, most of what we have to go on is a testimony of various involved parties. Among the commentators are Sean Davey Way, Jaguar Wright, Wright's ex-husband Gerald Johnson, aka Goomba, the one she's threatening on this fucking video, and blogger Tasha K. But before we get into all that, let's rewind to get some context of Wright's behavior over the past few years. So she accused Common of rape. She accused the Roots of standing by and allowing R. Kelly to abuse underage girls, and claimed Black Thought stole Malik B's bars while he was blacked out. Then in 2022, the singer stated in a Real Life Street Stars interview that Diddy was part of a murder conspiracy. Pause, right the fuck there. Jaguar, how did you know that Diddy was a part of a murder conspiracy if you didn't engage in said conspiracy activity? How could you possibly know? Let's use critical thinking skills. Diddy is a Scorpio. Scorpios were very calculated. We always think one step ahead of everybody else. Now, you really think Diddy would allow you around him enough to know about him being a part of a murder conspiracy and you weren't a part of it? Like, he would think about it. His own baby mama threatened to put out information exposing him, and she's dead. So, I mean, it's kind of crazy for you to be saying this shit on real life street stars as if you weren't right there with them. Just like the animated video, which I will play that again, where they hit the nail on the head with you, Jay-Z, Diddy, Epstein, and Oprah over in Africa, speaking about trading children and trafficking children. Just saying. She pointed out that that 3 out of 5 of Uptown Records employees had conveniently died while writing memoirs. Wright's allegations against Common and the Roots sounded odd, since these artists haven't been accused of assault in the past. Yet her allegations against Diddy her allegations against Diddy did sound admittedly eerie in light of Diddy's recent legal issues. So here's the thing. One thing I will say for Jaguar is she has been speaking out against Diddy since 2018. Because that's when I saw her on Storm Monroe's channel and connected with her in the chat on her channel. She has been talking about it for a lot of years. But again, word in these YouTube streets, word in these industry streets especially, is that Jag was allegedly Jay-Z's bottom bitch. And that's how she knew so much, because she was around Jay-Z and Diddy, not just at the parties, outside of the parties, and that allegedly the 3 of them ran together and did shit together to cause people harm, allegedly. Because again, how the fuck you know all these details if you weren't a part of the shit? Like, let's be real. Let's be real. And is it me, or does Goomba have on mascara? It definitely looks like he has on mascara. Says to make things even stranger, Jaguar Wright was arrested in January 2023 for allegedly assaulting her then husband, Gerald Goomba Johnson. She allegedly attacked him at a barbershop. That's the video I showed y'all where them demons were channeling her. And she was like, I want to see them die. I'm going to kill them all. And I was like, and she was on Instagram Live threatening to kill him and his homeboys. Mind you, he did punch her dead in the face, which was not right at all. And he should have went to jail for that. But on the same level, the attacking, assaulting, and then threatening to kill while you're on live was really nuts. It said in the video Johnson took of her being taken into custody went viral. In the video, you can hear Johnson saying that Wright had been hanging out with motherfucking sex cultists, aka Solar, that's what they called him. Quite an odd accusation indeed. Johnson revealed the magnitude of what was happening in a real life Street Stars. Things had reportedly escalated over an extended period. Johnson alleged that Wright was cheating on him and drinking. He also said that she went so far as to throw their late son's ashes out a moving car's window. Which, honestly, all of that happened. The drinking, I feel like, definitely plummets her into that extreme low frequency, and it's way easier for those demons to take possession of her. Said, as noted, Wright appeared on the Sean Davey Way show for an interview on June 6th, but this wasn't just any old discussion. As we mentioned, she called the YouTube personality from jail, and erratic sounding Wright spoke over the phone while Way recorded his YouTube video. She told Way that she'd been set up and that there were no real charges to hold her on. The singer was also oddly insistent that Way contact CNN. Damn, I didn't know that. So she told Sean Davey Way to contact CNN just for publicity. She seemed to believe that would somehow help prove her arrest was an attempt to silence her, because that's what she does. She goes on social media And she tells everybody, oh, they're trying to kill me. They're trying to come for me. They're trying to silence me because I'm exposing all this shit. And again, the only way you could be exposing all this shit is if you were an upfront and close and personal witness, allegedly, to all of it. Wright blamed Tasha K for her arrest and stated that she was going to sue her. That never happened. In a later interview on the Sean Davey Way show, Tasha K attempted to clarify everything, mentioning the incident with Wright's son's ashes. Tasha K emphasized Wright's erratic and chaotic behavior in recent years. She stated, Jaguar is always looking for someone to blame. I had nothing to do with her not returning that U-Haul. Tasha also points out that the Diddy claims Wright has made, which Wright argues are the reason she's being targeted, are nothing new. She told Way that everything that Jag is saying, Gene Deal has already said. Jag watches a lot of the blogs and regurgitates it and makes it entertaining. You know what? I don't like Tasha K, but I can confirm that because she's done it with my platform. Because y'all tell me. D, she's over there regurgitating everything you said about, you know, this, about that. You've got to get to a place where you are mentally sound. You've got to get to a place where you're mentally sound. This shit here should be enough for people to see that this person is not an advocate for survivors of sexual abuse. And for as long as I supported and believed that you were, this is absolutely just disgusting. Because this is the real you. This is the real you. And honestly, until you do repent, it's just going to get worse for you.
You just alienated the only people who might try to protect you. You know who's coming now.
You just alienated the people that might try to protect you. Protect him from what? And then to say, you know who's coming now. Was she sending Diddy? Like, seriously, like, who? Who? Hold on, let me look comments. D, I do not lie or steal. This is a fact. If I was ever asked to do such a thing by anyone, I would never support them. And if I was, I would never openly appear in your chat. Only God. Okay. Oh, definitely Beyonce. Yeah, I'm about to show y'all that. I once said to you, stand by the gates with me. See, Jesus does the saving, but I am God's angel of war, a weapon on earth for him. My mission is to find weapons. No, that makes sense. I understand what you're saying. I'm about to say, because Goomba definitely be giving Queen energy. That's why their little, whatever the name of that show was, I was like, bruh, he looks more feminine than you. Literally.
That fucking nasty bitch that you over there with and her fucking unfortunate children.
Exactly. Why do the babies have to be unfortunate? When she said, you know who's coming now. Who? Do y'all remember when Ray J said on the Breakfast Club, I showed y'all that video, and I know niggas that like to rape niggas. I mean, was she, I'm for real, was she sending Jay-Z and Diddy after Goomba? You know who's coming now? Y'all remember when she said Paperwork Party TV was her boots on the ground? For people that may not understand that vernacular, that means military personnel, typically a gunman or a sniper that has military training. Was she sending paperwork? I mean, I'm just saying, who you're threatening for this man's mom to be cut up in pieces. You're threatening his girlfriend and children, but you're a defender of freedom and you're an advocate for survivors of sexual abuse. You're full of shit. See, if you repent, like really, really repent, which means to turn from your wicked ways, God might be able to use you. But this frequency, this is the frequency you're always in. To be honest, you really didn't even start ascending in your frequency until you came to this channel, where I prayed with you, prayed for you, and like I said, went into spiritual warfare on your behalf. But this shit right here, in my opinion, definitely is giving that, yeah, what people in the industry have been saying about you probably is true, that allegedly you were with Jay-Z and Diddy and Epstein and Harvey Weinstein, all the people you've spoken out against. They have all said you were right there with them. And that all of you allegedly were doing these sacrifices, these satanic rituals. I think that's the reason, Jaguar, you jumped your ass off my panel every time I brought this calendar up. How does D know? God sent me back to this planet to expose this shit. When I went to heaven, I didn't want to come back here. I hate Earth. I really do. I hate this planet. It's so low frequency compared to up there. But I have a mission to complete. And I have a soul contract to fulfill. Anybody who is participating or has participated in this, and now y'all want to jump on this Christianity bullshit, and Christianity is a Freemasonic religion that has nothing to do with Christ. You did this shit, you cooned for Trump, then you claimed you were going to be a Christian, even though last year on this very same platform, you told 2 Week, when they asked you, how did you know Beyonce was a dark witch? You said it takes one to know one. But now all of a sudden you're a Christian. Just like Nicki House nigga coon ass Minaj. Just like the orange face Oompa Loompa president grabbing by the pussy. All of y'all want to claim Christianity when your shit gets exposed. But Jaguar, I want to ask you something. Where was Christ in you when you were saying all this demonic ass shit?
They're all fucking dead. And you killed them. They're all fucking dead. And you killed them.
Pause. So she's speaking into existence that Nikki and her kids are all dead and you killed them. Interstage staging a homicide and blaming a veteran having a PTSD meltdown for their murders, and to say that they're going to stage it. All of this is giving experience. There's no way you know this much if you didn't participate. I mean, it's just common sense. Because people like that don't let you watch and observe without making you participate. That way your hand is dirty too. That way you're not snitching on them. Because all of y'all have something to lose.
Actually, that's what they're going to say. They're going to say that you're a veteran and you finally snapped from the...
Pause. They're all dead and you killed them. And then she goes on to say, they, again with the they, they're going to say that you're a veteran and you finally snapped from the pressure. Do y'all know how many veterans deal with complex PTSD? I know veterans in real life. My grandfather was one. I've dated veterans. The PTSD is very real. The complex PTSD, very real. It's the audacity to play on that as a scapegoat for what legally, if he would have pressed charges against her, this is conspiracy to murder. This is premeditated murder. This is assault. And the minute someone were to ever touch him or the girlfriend or the kids, battery. I just don't think you ever stopped to consider that you are literally implicating yourself through these voicemails. Now, I don't know why or what happened that led to you not going to jail, but I think you deserve to be in jail. I really do. Because this to me sounds like a confession. If I were a judge, I would say, okay, yeah, she definitely was a part of the shits. And now she's telling him how she is premeditated. You understand your premeditated murder? When you plan some shit in advance and then go do it. Yeah. But you're a defender of freedom. Okay.
The pressure. They're not going to need me for this one.
Let me run that back. Because she said they are not going to need me for this one. Which again confirms what I just said. If they need you, it's because you are a participant. I remember when Stone Paxton was talking to me through the DMs on Instagram, and he was like, D, it's women out here that's like scared in real life of Jaguar. Like they're strapped up, they got guns, and they're ready for her to come for them, and they know how she really can be. And I'm thinking like, yeah, a person who's not mentally well, who is under the influence of substance abuse, whether that substance is alcohol or pills or whatever, allegedly, that is the perfect person to use as an MK Ultra weapon to activate them through their trauma. I guarantee you, if I were to find out what the code word was for the MK Ultra they put her under, it would activate her even behaving even more worse. But to set up a veteran, like I said, I don't like Goomba at all, so it's not about defending him. Like I said, he has his faults. He's a piece of shit too. But for you to say that they are going to set up a veteran and say that he killed them, and they are not going to need me for this one. How many this ones have you done? And what exactly have they needed you for? If all you were was a dominatrix at the Diddy parties, why do they need you for bullets and things? Remember earlier in the video when she said you're not even worth the bullets? Now it's, they're not going to need me for this one. Okay. But you didn't participate. Okay.
Snap from the pressure. They're not going to need me for this one. Because they're going to make an example out of you, see?
They're not going to need me for this one because they're going to make an example out of you. Again, this is extremely detailed for someone who wasn't involved. Archangel, what would you say if Jag was trying to get him away from the cult she escaped from? I would say bullshit. If she was trying to get him away from a cult, you don't do that by threatening to kill him, his mom, his girlfriend, and his children. See, the churches I came from are cults. Anytime I tried to help people escape, I didn't do it by threatening them. I did it by warning them about how evil it was, and hey, I want you to come out of it. This is not, just like how she said she got the Baphomet tattoo to gain entrance into certain areas to go rescue women that we've never heard from. And I want to correct you. I'm glad I came back. Something told me to come back and look at the comments. Let me take a moment to address you. Archangel Michael, please don't speak on my feelings because you don't know them. You don't know how I feel. You're assuming I'm angry. You know what I'm angry at? This motherfucker lying on people, myself included. You were around last February 9th. Now, if you want to defend Jaguar, do that on her channel. I've been very patient and kind with you to even allow you in my chat. I could have banned you. But what I will not let you do is come over here and defend her. Anyone who wants to defend Jaguar, kindly leave my channel and never return. Because her behavior is unacceptable. Not just what she did to me, what she's done to several actual survivors. And if I were angry, I'd be constantly doing content like Maggie and Danny Robertson and the rest of them. It's not about anger. It's about justice. I'm sick and tired of people acting like they're innocent and I'm a whistleblower, but you were right there with them doing this shit. This video is pretty much evidence of that. So kindly and respectfully, keep any comments about you defending Jaguar to yourself, because if I see another one and I'm just getting caught up on the comments, I will ban you from my channel. If you want to support her, but don't do it here. Period. Because I don't support her. The one thing I want to see her do is repent and get her healing, but she's not doing that. She's continuing to lie repeatedly and pretending to be an advocate with no evidence of advocacy, but definite evidence of bullshit and lies. She lied on me. She lied to me. She lied on me. She slandered and defamed me. She made fun of my miscarriages. She made fun of my condition I need surgery for. She did a whole bunch of fucked up shit because she's not mentally well. But do not come over here and defend her. Because anyone defending that woman's behavior, as far as I'm concerned, you're just like her. There's no way you can see the shit she's done, not only to me, but to other people, and defend her unless you're fucked up. I don't give a damn if your stage name is Archangel Michael. I don't give a fuck who you think you are. But you do not support me if you support her. Period. I've made that very clear on my platform. So this me exposing her is not out of anger. It's about justice. Because there's many others like her who have been participating in these rituals, but acting innocent. That is the point. Because she is connected to Diddy and Jay-Z. She is connected to Trump and Epstein. All people who are being accused of sex trafficking, child abuse, and sexual abuse. This is the last time I'm going to address you. The next time, you're banned. Period. Don't hit me up. Don't find me on social media. I will block you. Because I'm going to be honest, I don't know why the fuck you even keep coming back to my channel. I'm hoping that you're supportive, but I'm going to be real. I don't trust none of y'all from Jaguar's channel. I don't. Because every time I've trusted one of y'all, y'all have been just like her and betrayed me. The only ones I fuck with are the DzPeepz that stayed, not the people that went back and forth. And you're one of the people that went back and forth. One thing y'all know about D is I'm 1000% real. I'm not fake. So my subscribers did not want you here. I have allowed you in this chat. But do not come over here defending her. Go to her platform and defend her. And you can run back. I know she's watching right now. Y'all can go discuss whatever. At the end of the day, every single person who has participated in these satanic rituals, you are going to pay on this earth before you die, and you're going to pay after you die. Period. And I don't care about religion or what you follow. I don't care about none of that. Thank you. She said, I remember D used to support. Exactly. This is why I'm exposing her. Because I supported her for years. It's not even about just what she did February 9th. It's what she's still doing to many people, including Tammy Wallace. So it irritates my soul to hear about those of y'all that still go and, look at her channel to I guess, find out what she's talking about. It irritates my soul to hear about you talking about you a minister and now you're claiming Christianity when you know damn well Jaguar and I, says everything y'all don't know. Jaguar and I have had many conversations offline, privately. She does not even believe in the Bible. She calls it that book. So it's literally blasphemy. The same shit Nicki House nigga coon ass Minaj is doing, claiming Christianity, knowing damn well you don't even believe in that shit. She said, I don't follow religion. I'm a spiritualist. I know God is real. I believe Jesus is a frequency you tap into and become and walk this earth as. There's no way after all the years I supported her that I'm gonna not expose the shit that I see and know about her. Specifically this one. Because this just happened. Not even 2 years ago. Jesus never did call himself a Christian. And Christianity is that was started by a Freemason, a Roman pagan Freemason. Even vindicated her when Storm Monroe accused her with the AI video. Exactly. Oh, and now from what, who was it that told me that? I think it was Cody. Actually, a few of y'all said, D, she's over there on Real Life Street Stars taking credit for your video analysis of Storm Monroe. The video analysis I did a five and a half hour live on, and I spent over 8 hours researching without her knowledge. Her nor Odell knew that I was researching that, because I am a researcher. Before I believe some shit, I'm gonna go look it up myself, and that is exactly what I did. I saw that video pop up in my feed on Storm's channel because I was still subscribed to him at the time. And I saw the comments going in on Jaguar. She's lying on Jay-Z and Lala. And I'm like, bruh, I didn't want to believe that shit. I didn't want to believe that Storm would betray her like that after how much I saw her support him. But there was way more to that story too, even with that. So I said, you know what, instead of me listening to people in the comments And let me just see for myself. Did she really say this shit? Because if she really said this shit, I can't fuck with her no more. In my mind. That was legit why. And I was like, and let me see if Storm is full of shit. Because if he's full of shit, I'm not fucking with him. I'm a real ass person. If you're fake, you're phony, if you're a liar, and I find out, I'm either going to call you out or I'm going to just stop fucking with you, or both. And usually it's both, especially if you're somebody who I did fuck with and cared about. So when it comes to this, it's absolutely personal. Because all I did was show you support, Jaguar, and you know it. For years. Way before you made me a mod, I supported you for years on Storm's channel, and you know it. So it's the motherfucking audacity for you to still be lying, for you to still be running your mouth, speaking on me, lying on me, and then still literally plagiarizing my content. Because it's more than just the blue couch where she's done this. Like, it's one thing to share, like how I'm sharing this lady's video. I'm not claiming credit for this woman's video. I'm sharing it. She's gone on multiple platforms and claim credit for my work, for my research that I did in support of her. And then the research I've done since I stopped supporting her. And on top of that, you're on all these platforms lying through your motherfucking teeth, pretending to be this advocate, knowing damn well you're not. Because you don't actually care about victims. You care about clout chasing. That's your shit. How much attention I can get. Yeah, let me go ahead and yep. And I really hope the representatives at Real Life Street Stars that I emailed see this live right now. It's probably because I have the other video open. Yeah. Yep. My 5 hour and 16-minute live. Dated. And I sent them the screenshots of this too. I said, because she's on your platform plagiarizing my content. She's not doing a fair use, you know, sharing it. It's just plagiarism. I posted this on December 12th of 2024. Proof Storm Monroe presented AI altered footage. She literally went to the Real Life Street Stars channel and told them that she did this. That she analyzed the footage and found out it was AI altered. She didn't say Just D Show did it, like when we were aligned, all the platforms she went on to. She was like, if you don't believe me, just go to the Just D Show. She did a whole live about it. But no, you're on Real Life Street Stars lying, claiming credit for my shit? You can kiss my black ass with your tongue out and tell me how the fuck it tastes. This is why I'm investigating you, because you're full of shit, bro. And because perverts and predators of a feather flock the fuck together. You already talked about this man wasn't worth the bullets. Then you're talking about how they're going to stage, you know, they're going to say you did it, and you're proceeding to tell him in detail how? Fuck out of here, bro. Straight up. So yeah, for all of y'all that have been on the Real Life Street Stars that listened to her say that bullshit, that she got down to the bottom of it, she didn't even know I was doing this shit until after, like, she knew her. I told her and Odell immediately before I started this live. This live wasn't even scheduled. After analyzing this footage for over 8 hours, I called them. I said, hey, I'm about to vindicate you. Odell's like, what do you mean? I said that shit that Storm posted was AI altered. I showed them before I went live. And Odell and her both kept saying, can you send me that? can you send me, because this is a screen recording. I didn't edit it or anything. I didn't add no intro, no outro. This is a raw screen recording. I did not alter this. I screen recorded it from his channel because I knew he was going to take it down. As a spiritualist, I predicted. I said, y'all know he's going to take this down once I launch this. She's like, how do you know? I said I had a premonition about it. And sure enough, he did. He took down this live and the original one after I posted this shit. So if it wasn't AI altered, why the fuck did he take it off his channel and then run his bitch ass to Ghana? For all of you dumbasses that still want to leave comments talking about, it was not AI altered. Yes, the fuck it was. And even though I don't support her, I stand 10 toes down on my own analysis as an editor. I'm an actual senior editor and broadcast television producer and editor. I've been analyzing footage for over 20 years. So did, what's his name? RJ. I haven't seen him in the chat in a while. So did Cody. In fact, so did 2 other people. After I presented this live, a lot of people analyzed that footage. They saw it too. So ain't no fucking way you're over on Real Life Street Stars just a couple of weeks ago telling them that you did this shit when we both know your ass did it. That's why the fuck something told me not to send you and Odell the raw footage file. They both kept, D, can you send me that actual footage, the actual video, the screen recording? Yeah, fam. And something kept coming up every time. Every time. Because God knew if I were to give them that footage, she would be able to claim credit for it. She can't claim credit for this because she doesn't have the content. She only has the content on my channel because I'm the only one that did this analysis. So you motherfucking right, I'm gonna expose her. You motherfucking right. And like I said, and not even just Archangel, any of y'all that want to defend Jaguar, you can do that shit, but do it the fuck away from my channel. I think he's playing both sides, and I'm not stupid and I'm not dumb, and I don't care. Like, I really don't. Y'all come over here doing this trolling shit all the time, and you think because I'm a high vibrational and I'm not finna be nice. If you are still defending Jaguar, Archangel Michael, don't bring your ass back to my channel. Matter of fact, I'ma just block you. It's done. After this live, I'ma block you. There is no reason for you to be over here. And Jaguar, you don't need to send him because I know you and Odell are watching. I feel it every time y'all watch me. And in fact, I see it. You got something to say? Bring your ass in the chat. I haven't blocked you on my channel. You don't need to send your little trolls over here. Because I'm not letting up off of you at all until they arrest your ass. Period. You deserve to be in jail, just like Diddy and just like Jay-Z and Beyonce's finna go. He said, D, I'm not trying to be messy, but I think Jaguar sent Archangel to your chat, just like how Jaguar was sent to your channel back in 2024 and Stone in 2025. I'm not surprised if Jag and everyone is in this chat now. Why do you think? Exactly. We know how they get down. I was a mod on her channel. Anytime somebody's speaking on her, they pull up. So Jag, stop sending your trolls. You got something to say? Bring your ass in the chat. Matter of fact, I'll drop the link for you. You can come up on panel. We can talk right on here. You already sent, what's her name, Nafisa last year, trying to get me to go over to Mushmouth's channel. Because you was over there clout chasing, even though you and Odell talked cash money shit about him behind his back to me on the phone and sent me to his channel to screen record his content. Because ain't nothing I said about you not the truth. You want the world to believe you're an advocate so that you're not held responsible for your alleged involvement with Diddy and Jay-Z. That's why you went on this whistleblowing crusade to distract people from the shit you fucking did with them, allegedly. Betraying me was the worst thing you could have ever did. Any energy that rises up against me shall fall immediately and be destroyed. Chaos and confusion will come about your life, and death and hell will follow your evil intentions back to you. You don't even have authority over your own demons, but I do. I think you have been fucking around and finding out this year. Because one thing we both know is that I genuinely supported you. I genuinely prayed for you. I genuinely prayed with you. On my platform, yours, Natanya Rubin's, and Maggie's. All platforms where you slandered and defamed me repeatedly. Again, to distract people from the shit you were doing.
They're gonna fucking kill her. They're gonna kill the kids. They're gonna put bullets in all of their heads. And you better hope they don't fucking rape her.
Pause. She said they're gonna kill her. They're gonna kill the kids. They're gonna put bullets in all of their heads. And you better hope they don't fucking rape her. This is an advocate for survivors of sexual abuse. This is an advocate for, she's a defender of freedom. All of a sudden you're a Christian and you want to be a minister. You said you better hope they don't rape her. Like you were happy that that might happen to her. How could you know that they were going to put bullets in their heads and rape them, Jaguar? How could you know? Because maybe, just maybe, the rumors are true about you allegedly participating in these sacrifices with Diddy and Jay-Z. You called me frantic 3 days before you did that bullshit ass humiliation ritual on me last February 9th. You said, D, all it takes is for one or two people to say that I've been scamming people with fundraisers online, and then they'll put a grand larceny scheme on me. Well, you already have a grand larceny scheme with the U-Haul truck. I could see why you were nervous about YouTube investigating the fundraisers that you were doing. Because remember, you did a fundraiser on Natanya Rubin's channel for Adria English, and she shat on both you and Natanya all of 6 days later. You did another fundraiser for, what was her name? Ada. Then y'all did a fundraiser without my knowledge on Natanya Rubin's channel for Bliss Forever, who also turned out to be an actual scammer. Even though y'all tried to call me a scammer, she scammed all of us. It seems like you're linked to all the wrong people and situations online. I think it's called karma, if I'm not mistaken. So yeah, this is not about, oh, D is angry. No, D is exposing your bullshit. Just as much as I supported you, I support you being exposed. How about that? I support you being held accountable for your involvement with this shit. I support you being held accountable for threatening people with murder and rape. That's what the fuck I support. The survivors and the fucking victims. Period. He said, I'm sorry, but it is fucked up that Archangel Michael actually tries to convince us he is the true Archangel Michael. Sorry, that's way too far-fetched. Some things don't require acknowledgement, family, especially when I know the angels in heaven for real, because I've been to heaven. A person claiming that they're an angel doesn't make them an angel. Especially a person claiming that they're an angel that's defending a person who is bragging about a woman and children being sexually assaulted and killed. Ain't nobody believing that shit.
Because they're going to rape her and all of her children, including all of their heads. And you better hope they don't fucking rape. They're going to fucking kill her. They're going to kill the kids. They're going to put bullets in all of their heads. And you better hope they don't fucking rape her. Because they're going to rape her and all of her children, including the boy, in front of you.
She just said, you better hope they don't rape her, because they're going to rape her in front of you, and they're going to rape all the children, including the boy. Animal and or human sacrifice and dismemberment, satanic revels, sexual ritual, oral, anal, vaginal. That is rape. This is rape that she's bragging about to her ex who left her. Defender of freedom, my black ass. Advocate for survivors of sexual abuse, my black ass. Again, everybody in the industry said yo ass was right there with Diddy and Jay-Z allegedly participating in this shit. Let's keep going. Abduction, ceremonial preparation and holding of sacrificial victim for Candlemas. Candlemas, again, being the Sabbatic Goat Festival, the Baphomet Festival, where they do a blood ritual, animal and or human sacrifice, and they do satanic revels, sexual ritual, oral, anal, vaginal. Sounds like a sacrifice to me. Exactly. The way she emphasized rape is so sick and gross as a woman who's been raped herself. You claim you were gang raped. I felt horrible for you when they put up that video on Real Life Street Stars of you crying about your experience being gang raped. In fact, we prayed for you on this platform after watching that video. So how the fuck you sitting up here bragging about women and children being raped? Yeah, no, as far as I know, they're fine. As far as I know, I don't think anything happened to them. But it's the fact that she is so excited, bragging about how they're gonna put bullets in all their heads, they're gonna rape her and all of her children, including the boy. It sounds like you have witnessed and or participated in such events to be able to describe them in such detail. And you're connected to Trump. Mr. Grab him by the pussy and 14 years old is old enough to give consent for sex. You idolize this man. Like a house nigga idolizes the master, the slave master. It's the same dynamic. You're supporting all the wrong people. That's why you look guilty, in case you didn't know.
And then they're gonna blow your fucking brains out. And they're gonna stage you. And they're just...
She said, and then they're gonna blow your brains out, and they're going to stage you. Again, this sounds like something she has probably planned and participated in several times. The first thing was, they're not gonna need me for this one. How do you know this much detail if you didn't participate? What did you and Trump really discuss at Mar-a-Lago last year? I have a feeling that's about to get exposed this year, and you're not going to be able to deny it.
It's going to make you look like a veteran who finally, and all of her children, including the boy, in front of you. And then they're going to believe me for this one. Because they're going to make an example out of you, see? They're going to fucking kill her. They're going to kill the kids. They're going to put bullets in all of their heads. And you better hope they don't fucking rape her. Because they're going to rape her and all of her children, including the boy, in front of you. And then they're going to blow your fucking brains out. And they're going to stage you. And they're just going to make you look like a veteran who finally, you fucking gave it to him.
I mean, that's extremely detailed. You better hope they don't rape her, because they're going to rape her and all the children in front of you and the boy. Why was the boy singled out? All right, sex terms used by some sex predators to groom children. This is disgusting. All of this is disgusting. The terms, the emojis, all of that. It sounds like, Jaguar, that the things that people in the industry are saying about you are true. How in the fuck could you have this much detail about what they are going to do if you are not a part of they? You sounded extremely proud to tell him, you better hope they don't rape her, because they're going to rape her. Like, why were you excited about that? So let me get this straight. You're a defender of freedom and you're an advocate for survivors of sexual abuse, but you also brag excitingly about your ex, his new girlfriend and children being raped and killed. And then you were excited to tell him how they were going to put a bullet through his head and stage him. Like, I think I need to maybe, I don't think you're aware of the many felony crimes that you committed on this voicemail alone. And what I really don't understand is why the fuck Goomba didn't press charges against you. But more than likely, it's probably because the police were just tired of, you know, dealing with you acting crazy. Conspiracy to murder shall be punished by imprisonment for any term of years or for life. Just, you know, in case you weren't aware that that's completely illegal, what you did. Yeah, let me just, maybe you're not aware, maybe you're not educated about what conspiracy to murder is. Conspiracy to murder is a legal charge involving an agreement between people to kill someone else. So when you keep saying they, I think you should define who they are. It is considered a separate crime from the murder itself because the law focuses on the shared intent and the act of agreeing to commit a violent act. So depending on how many children Nikki had, let's just theoretically say she had 3 children. That's 3 counts for the children, 1 count for Nikki, another count for Goomba, and another count for his mom. That's 6 counts of intent to murder. A person can be punished for conspiracy to murder even if the intended victim is never harmed. This charge generally requires that 2 or more people join together with a shared criminal purpose. Under specific federal laws, if 2 or more people conspire to commit murder in certain situations, they can face life in prison as long as at least 1 member of the group takes a step to carry out the plan. So remember, Jaguar, because I know you watch every time I go live. Remember when I said a couple of weeks ago I had a premonition of you going to Jaya and seeing you in that orange jumpsuit? I have a feeling that the U-Haul truck, along with other things, you're about to get locked up in 2026. And if it happens, remember that you heard it here first. That's all I'm gonna say. Because this thing about Jay-Z and you exposing him and Diddy, everybody's like, how the fuck are you gonna expose people when you was right there with him? And when multiple people in the industry who are connected to you and know you say the same thing, I'm inclined to listen. And I'm inclined to believe that maybe, just maybe, these people know, what the fuck they're talking about. Just saying.
You gave them an outcome, you fucking idiot.
Yeah, so like I said, this whole thing with Jay-Z being connected to Epstein. Lessons from Jay-Z's business model. Jay-Z being connected to CASHAPP. Jay-Z having this lawsuit about allowing CASHAPP to be used for illegal activities, money laundering, sex trafficking, terrorism financing, and child abuse. It's actually right in alignment with these threats in the very psychotic way, that you were behaving and speaking. So, yeah, I'm not letting up off your ass until you go to jail. I never thought I would say that, honestly, in all the years I've supported you. But I really want to see you locked up because I feel like they're using you to recruit other victims. I really do. Do y'all remember when I told you, and Jaguar, because I know you watch it and you record conversations, I want you to play the phone call when you invited me to Yellow Beezy's house as a safe house. When my housing situation became very unstable, you said, it's not a trap house, but it's kind of a trap house. It's more of a safe house. You'll be surrounded by mercenaries, so you'll be safe. No one will ever fuck with you. They'll defend you if anything happens, but you can't have your phone. They will take your phone. And you can't order anything for delivery. No one can know where you're at. No one can know your location. We won't even be able to tell you the location. We'll just have you transported. And you can stay there rent-free. You don't have to worry about paying money for a room or a place or anything. They'll feed you. They'll make sure you have everything you need, but you won't be able to have your phone or use your phone. I said, that sounds like prison. Sounds like 3 hots and a cot. And it doesn't sound safe. And as a woman who's been raped, I'm not finna live in a house full of men that are violent. She got very angry with me. In fact, during the February 9th humiliation ritual that she did on her channel, she brought that up. And when someone offers you a safe house, I suggest you take it. She got vehemently angry because I didn't want to stay at Yellow Beezy's quote-unquote safe house. The same Yellow Beezy that got locked up, the same Yellow Beezy that Adrian English and her were going back and forth about. That was wisdom protecting me. That was my angels and ancestors protecting me. And it was after that conversation that I had the premonition about you doing the betrayal in February. For all the dumbasses that were like, if she's psychic, how come she didn't see that coming? I absolutely 1000% seen it coming. And Cody can confirm that because he's the only person that I told about the premonition. Cody, if you remember that, put that in the chat for me, fam, please. See, people like Archangel Michael, you don't even know the shit we've talked about offline. So before you come over here accusing me of being angry, Archangel Michael, understand that you don't know shit. You for damn sure don't know what her and I have discussed offline. I firmly believe Jaguar Wright was trying to have me sex trafficked. Because she kept mentioning about, you know, how women come up missing and they wake up in a shipping container and they no longer are around they don't have a way to contact their family and friends. They don't have a way for anyone to find them. If I would have went to that safe house, I probably would have been abducted. I probably would have been raped. And you guys probably would have never heard from me again. She came in pretending to be a friend. The young women in the Epstein Files, I have several videos that I'm going to show you guys between today and tomorrow, because I'm going to definitely have to do a part 2 because my sleep aid is kicking in and it's 5 a.m. I have videos of women speaking about their experience, actual survivors, Jaguar, from Epstein Island. Their accounts are horrific. They spoke about being trafficked as well. Young girls waking up in shipping containers. So again, even though the Ashley Parham, the Parham versus Combs hearing was dismissed, it was dismissed without prejudice, which means that she can bring it back once she's able to secure an attorney. Because she got blackballed after Ariel Mitchell Kidd and Sean Perez dropped her as a client. Go figure, like all the other victims that they represented. The stories of the women that spoke about their experience with Epstein is disgusting. So trigger warning in advance. But there's a reason, Jaguar, that you chose to say that you swam across the ocean to rescue women from Epstein Island. Again, if you present yourself as this advocate, no one will suspect that you were allegedly a part of it. Not Jaguar Wright. She's been speaking out against Jay-Z and Diddy. Well, a person can be planted online to cause distractions. Didn't you say out of your own mouth that Jay-Z starts a bunch of little fires and lets everybody else put them out? This was the start of your fire, publicly. And the ending is going to be public as well. And you're not going to escape. And Odell won't be able to bail you out this time. Odell, you need to be very careful if you go to Oakland. I've never been to California, but I definitely had that premonition 3 times, and 3 times as divine confirmation. Just like I saw Grace's death 3 times, and I saw her coffin in the spiritual realm. I have had premonitions of people's funerals and deaths since I was 8 years old, and not one time has that person not died. Just like the chick I told y'all about that was talking shit. After I helped them out, believing her husband You know, he did have cancer, but they were both fucking the money off on drugs and using me and talking shit. Same type of fuck shit. You know, people taking advantage of my kindness as a weakness. She is now dead. We're the same age. She wasn't old. Walking across the street, she got struck down by a car. It's not a game. When you decide to come against the chosen, it is your own downfall. Literally. It's your own downfall. Jay-Z will be arrested. Especially for this. And if they can prove the young girl's accusation that said she woke up in the room with Jay-Z and Harvey Weinstein, he will be spending the rest of his life in jail. Here it is, the one with Diddy and Masterson. Hold on. And this is from the Epstein Files on the Doge website. Right here, she said they harassed Meghan Markle, Amber Heard, public victims of Epstein. Can I make this bigger? Of Tate, victims of Diddy. The same mob harassed Sigrid's new clients who survived Masterson, Danny Masterson from that 70s show. She says, no one has protected me. Those others are famous, so people protected them. Pause. People protected them. No one protected the victims. They protected the predators because, again, predators of a feather flock together. I have a feeling that Trump and Jaguar are protecting each other because they have dirt on one another. It's just a theory. She said, why would any victim come forward now? They never should. It only something me had been protected, like the culpable adult pimp prostitutes. They never released the names of the culpables because the culpables are criminal participants, so they provided them with anonymity and compensation. I was provided neither. In fact, I am the only one cut from therapy as well. I would give anything to not be harassed to death. This is a victim. This is a victim. And this is from the Epstein Files. One of millions, if not billions, of survivors. And this is just one email where Jeffrey Epstein is praising Jay-Z. There's more emails where Beyonce is mentioned. There's more emails where Diddy is mentioned. And there's even emails where Marina Abramovic, Satanist, a Satanist priestess rather, she's mentioned. So yeah, I'm not going to stop going hard on this until every one of you are held accountable. Especially you, Jaguar. Because this is my opinion, I genuinely believe that they sent you to cause all this distraction so that victims won't come forward. They know that controversy gets clicks and views. Who better to use than an alleged MK Ultra weapon? It's disturbing. And even more so, Bill Gates, him being in the files and them saying that he contracted STDs from young Russian girls, not women. Sounds like a sexual ritual. I'm gonna do part 2 tomorrow because 1, I'm tired. 2, like I said, I need to go to bed. But 3, I'm gonna actually show you guys the files where Jay-Z and Beyoncé are both named. Chrissy Teigen's in there too. John Legend's wife, who constantly is obsessed with eating pizza. She said pizza will send her to jail. This shit is so just disgusting. It's disgusting that it's gone on for this long. It's disgusting that survivors are not believed, as you know, and that predators are protected because they're famous or they have money. It's disgusting that people like Jaguar exist, where you clearly present that you're connected, but yet you use the platforms to lie, deceive, and distract. But like I said, God is exposing all of you. None of you are getting away with what you did. And the next time a real reject of YouTube or a Jaguar Right Garbage Pail member comes in this chat defending her, I'ma light your ass up. And now that I think about it, I'm not gonna block Archangel Michael. I'm gonna tell you why. I want his comments to be visible on this platform. That way, Jaguar, you can see where your supporters are going and doing. And like I said, you don't need to send your trolls. You can just bring your ass right to this chat like you did before and say what you gotta say. I don't need either you or Odell reaching out through email. I don't have nothing to say to y'all outside of YouTube. We don't have nothing to discuss. Anything you want to discuss, you can come on panel and talk to me. And I'm going to tell you to your face that you're full of shit. I will never be afraid of you because there's no reason to be. Spiritually, I'm much more powerful than you. That's why I prayed for you. I don't even know if it's possible for you to repent, but I hope you do, for your soul's sake. And I want every victim who is now a survivor, you are worthy for your voice to be heard. And it can and will be heard on this platform. You're worthy of people to validate your experience, not invalidate it. You're worthy of healing. You're worthy of justice, whether you're a man or a woman, an adult or a child. No one asked to be sexually abused. And there is a difference between consensual kink and play and sexual abuse. Trafficking, unacceptable. Rape, unacceptable. Any form of abuse, unacceptable. So, Forever Freedom is already being erected. Plans have already been presented, and I'm speaking into existence, funding coming to get the buildings built now, to get the excavation crew together now, go down, find and rescue these kids, because they didn't ask to be held as sacrificial victims. They didn't ask for any of this, and they deserve a good life. They deserve to be healed. They deserve to be rehabilitated. So, with that being said, thank y'all for tuning in. If you're new to my channel, thank you. Welcome to D's World. Make sure that you turn on your notification bell. Make sure you hit like, share, and subscribe. And make sure that you come back. Because on this channel, I show what I'm speaking about. I don't just repeat a whole bunch of shit or regurgitate. I actually do the research and I show you guys what I found. And we're going to continue part 2. Well, technically it's already the next day. Part 2 later on tonight. So thank you, family. Thank you for your support. Shout out to the veteran DzPeepz in the chat. I appreciate y'all, all my good brothers in the building. Thank you. Thank everybody else that participated in the chat. And y'all stay prayed up. And above all, family, please pray for these victims. Pray for these survivors. Every day I pray for them. Lord, help their minds. Let them find healing. Let us find them. Help us find them so that I can help them heal. Not to exploit them, not to hurt or harm, to help them heal. So pray for them. Pray for other survivors, even if they're not children, people who are adults still battling the flashbacks from when they were trafficked as kids. They need prayer too. So family, I love you guys. Thank you for your support. And again, for those who would like to support the channel, feel free to drop any channel donations to my Cash App. And y'all come back later tonight because, like I said, I'm going to show you the emails where Beyonce's named. I'm going to show you more emails with Jay-Z being named, Diddy. There's so many artists that are named in these emails. It's actually quite scary. But we don't operate from a position of fear. It's scary meaning for the next generation, how desensitized all of this shit is. And it shouldn't be. It should be exposed and it should be eradicated. So I will talk to you later, fam. Love y'all.